Ba-da. Whoops. Oh well. We're a little early, but oh well. Sometimes that happens. Welcome, folks, back to Final Fantasy XI. I think what's been getting to me, and the reason these streams have been such a mental drain on me recently, has been very specifically this long quest we've been on. My God, for some reason this one quest, despite the number of cutscenes that have broken it up and all the things to do, because it is the same bookmark in my browser, it feels like I'm not accomplishing anything. Fortunately, we're just at the end of it. And we're going to wrap up that quest, which will wrap up this chapter of Promethea, and then we're going to stop with Promethea. And we're going to move on to Adoulin. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of Adoulin, which, I actually don't think I have the proper thing for that. Do I have the proper image for that? How did I grab that image or not, is the question. It would be in stream resources if I did. Well, there's Rhapsodies. There's Seekers. There's Adoulin. There you are. You beautiful thing. There you are, Adoulin. Go away. What was the other one I was going to grab? Because there was going to be some... These things I should have done earlier rather than, what I was doing, which was some last-minute ambuscade. And then Adoulin. That's Seekers. You also go in that corner. There we go. And you can also go away. There we go. Just shenanigans. So I am going to have to keep note of when we do this, because I'm going to also try and add some chapters to the stream, which I've never done before. Notepad. Where are you? Should be an N. There you are. Notepad. Just so I can keep track of what the timestamp is, so I can try and add some chapters. Just for people who would like to navigate. Anyway, where we were, we'd just finish up with Aran. And that means we have to go to the mole people. Well, the mole place. What you call this? The Movolopolis. Fortunately, I've got something that'll take us right real close to that. The Gugsgen Mines. It's gonna put us real close to that. But I suppose I should also... This month's ambuscade turned out to be actually doable, both intense and regular. Although intense was really intense, and I got really lucky to even be able to finish that on very easy. But here's the current gearing. I've gotten my Claymore up to the Aletta version. The ambuscade one. There's realistically only one step further I can go unless I want to farm a pulse weapon, which I really don't want to do. So that'll be up to its highest form here whenever Ambuscade resets. Or I get 5,900 hallmarks. Total hallmarks. Which I might do off stream. And then I've got to upgrade the grip. That's easy enough to do. This is currently level 2 grip. We'll get that up. I got all my armors except for the hands up to +2. But you also might notice that these are not the Ianimo armors. These are in fact some other ones that Rune Fencers can have, and the specific reason I grabbed these two pieces. This one was for the weapon skill +5. Yes, just for that. And because also it synergizes with the ring. And this one, this is the important one. This is the one I grabbed for that 5% triple attack. That is surprisingly good. Also, that's up to +2. So realistically, there's only this piece left to upgrade, which I only need 8 more pieces of metal. Easy enough to do. And the cape is coming along pretty good. We're about maxed out on strength. Although, if I'm reading correctly, this really should have been... I really should have spec'd it out as Dex. Oh well. We'll fix that eventually. But most importantly, it has that 5% double attack. And this has +7 double attack. You know, good things. Good things. So this build is coming along halfway decent. I'm still missing some good earrings, but there's really not much I can do about that. And I'm also missing a really good necklace. This one functions decently enough. And a better offhand stone would be better, but there's really not much I can do about that either. Anyway, enough with the person who doesn't want to infinitely grind in Final Fantasy XI, though Ambuscade works pretty good. At least this month's did. I don't know how next month's, April's, is going to be. April could be annoying. Anyway, down here. Why, if it isn't the adventurer Arachnios! I must commend you on your insight. Yes, it was nearly 100 years ago, too, that the Moblins wandered their way up from the bowels of Vanadiel. And then the ToAU scientist examined the statue in Tavdasia, and what he said about the statue dug up from a labyrinth. I advise you, don't let your guard down when traveling through these caves. The Moblins' behavior is often erratic, and they can be quite nastier than their cousins on the surface. Out of all the beastmen, they seem to realize that they are children of the Twilight, and this, in fact, drives them mad. Oh, drives them. It doesn't drive them mad. Ah, yes. One of my colleagues said he spoke with the creature known as Taranotic, deep in the eastern end of the area, and the Moblins called Old Town Movalopolis. Whether that beast will help you or not, I'm still not convinced that this cave is truly a path to Alteo. It cannot be. Well, the boy has been spotted. Let's load up on our useful trusts. And lion. We are in Old Town Movopolis. we need to find... let's see... K10. So we're looking for... at K10. So K10. So they're all the way over here where I need to be. So the character we're looking for is all the way down there. Looks like if we head straight down and around, we should be able to hit up that guide down there. I think that's a survival guide. It's normally why they're flashing like that. And they shouldn't hurt us. Yeah. All right. And we do have to do a little bit of farming for a very specific key. But we should really worry about that once we get into Newtown Novalopolis. Ooh, that's a streak of blood right there. That's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. That might not be blood. That might actually be just paint. They just might be 5S'ing, for lack of an industry term, where everything goes. Being like, this has its designated location, put the red thing on the red spot. You know, things certain industries try and pride themselves in and do. I've been at a couple of companies that have tried to pride themselves on their proper placement of items and things, and only one of them was actually good at it. It was a bit maddening because even like your computer mice, they had a designated square where your mouse was supposed to sit. Same thing with your keyboard. Your keyboard had a designated spot, and God forbid it was anywhere else. Let me just double check my map. Ew, I don't like that at all. Well, if I have to come in from here. Oh, that's gonna be even worse. Potentially. Well, let's see if this works. See if we can even access the person we need to access. The nice thing about being over-leveled is I don't have to fight in these, the one advantage to being over-leveled. Nothing wants to kill me. Seeing K10 is to the south. There's a friendly goblin down there, moblin down there, but should not be concerned with them. They're not the one we're looking for. We're specifically looking for Taronic. Yeah, the one. Tarontic. That's the name. Let's see, and we need north. Because we need to go through that hole in the wall. See, other than being so brightly lit, this does remind me a lot of why am I drawing a blank? It's Dark Souls area. Became the gutter in Souls 2. Why am I drawing a blank? That's the terrible one. Anyway. Oh, good. They are right here. Good. $27.16. That is actually the location we need to go. And this is also why I specifically grabbed the snow lilies. Was to trade them. Supposedly we need 2 of them. And this is actually where we need to go. However, if we head backwards, we should exit back into Newton, Movopolis. And like all burning circles, there's a home point next to it. Thank God. Grab Lion. Because now we need to kill some moblins now that we're in Newtown. Grab our Haster. There's another reason we're gonna head back. They are indeed decently tough. Not tough, but they do in fact give experience, which is good. That means they should count for the killing of enemies. Yes, they do. Kindred crests, that's fine. Yeah, we're just looking to get a gold key, which I think should drop from any one of them. Well, actually very specific ones, and these ones are not that. Whoops. Oh, we did get some fire sand, though. Not that that's what we need. Yeah, it's not the roadsmans, not the aidmen. We're looking specifically for tankmans. Roadmen? They are indeed slightly aggressive. Huh. How unusual. Ooh, we're almost full on sparks. I really should spend some sparks when we get back into town. Oh, I say town, but it's not really town. It's not them either. Anyway, the best method, they say, is to backtrack to zone at E9. E9. That'll help us kill all of them. Although I'm not sure what all the moblin armor and bits are for. Moblin sheepskins. Masks. No, not them either. It's normally sound that sets enemies off. No. I'm assuming they're sight-based then. I wonder how big of a train I can grab. Come on, everybody get within the circle. I said everybody. Archers included. I guess I just bring everybody to the archers. For the engine man. Come on, engage combat. There we go. Now all the enemy inputs have stopped. That's half the reason you can tell the game was not designed particularly well with this kind of combat. when it takes multiple seconds to get an input through to the server. Click the Amon voucher. That probably means we're just about full on. Yep, we're just about full on those. Whole bunches of things. Look at all those masks, armors, and things. And then it said E9. We're not on E9, though. E9's the one to the south. Of course it is. Trusts. Let me bloody through. Of course it had to be the southern entrance. The southern exit. Annoying. And this is just for a proto waypoint, too. Wait, Goblin Lengthman? That's the one that's one of them. And there's the Moblin Tankman, too. These are the guys. These are the guys that drop the gold key. Potentially. Yep, Moblin Draftsman, that's another one. Yeah, I suppose that could be said. It definitely did get overshadowed by MMOs that were better designed than it. Or more popularly designed. And that's mainly due to the fact it has many things that I would consider dated designs. RPGs have, especially of the time, have a problem, especially getting into them now, of the time commitment. There we go, there's the gold key we were looking for. There's a lot of time commitment needed. But you're right. They don't quite hit the same, and for me it is because the sheer amount of time you need to invest into it. It's a lot. It is a large amount of time. And especially ones like this. Like modern RPGs, more modern ones. Was this the first? I think it was, because I think 10 even still had random battles. 12 didn't, technically. I know 12 technically didn't. Where's that proto waypoint? There's supposedly a proto waypoint over here. It's at K11. So that's in this region as a proto waypoint somewhere. Pokemon vending machines. Oh, that sounds like that'd be glorious. I don't want to drop down from here if I can help it, because there's supposedly a proto waypoint up here. Down here at K11, which is somewhere down here. Oh, it's a geomagnetic fount. Never mind. I just messed up. I'll just have to make my way back here and grab that. Whoops. Apparently there's a geomagnetic fount somewhere around here. Don't know where. Oh well, we got our gold key, that's what matters. Take us back there, good friend. I don't see I've not seen any Pokemon vending machines around where I live, but that's probably a good thing. Now, we have a fight. If the game will load. There it is, a century of hardship. Prometheus reborn! Prometheus reborn! He's stronger than stupid Hume! He's more powerful than ugly goddess! We'll take him! Moblins don't break promises! We'll take him to Sparkly Place! Yes! Sparkly Place! Further north! Underwater! Tomato conservative with rocks! But we digs. Moblins don't break these promises. Weezy's takes Prometheus to Sparkly's places. I never imagined we'd meet Celtus in this place. However, what could these creatures be jabbering about? Really, Lovrance? Do you not understand goblin speak? I mean, granted, the three goblins spoke very differently from each other, but still. Shua. Who are you people? Do you know who that boy is? A Galka. I am Jaboz. I've lived with the Moblins for a long, long time. A long time in peace. But lately, the Moblins act strangely. They praise the Twilight God. They attack the children of Altana. But I'll stop them. I promise. Moblins don't break promises. Now go. Leave the rest to me. But Out the way! Mickey's coming through! Out the way! Cookie's coming through too! Huh? Wait right there. Why, you're those pesky children from Davnasia! Whoa! What a funny looking boy! Whoa! We shouldn't have taken that shortcut! Whoa! Who cares? Let's catch him! Rachnios! This is a perfect opportunity to take Celtus into custody. We cannot pass it up. i.e., it's time to go kick some moblin butt. This should go pretty quickly. This should go pretty quickly, all things considered. So let's grab Shantoto for the DPS. All right, yep, that's the other side. There he is, Bug B. Let's see how fast these things end up dying. Decently fast. Ah, Trickle Track. Oh, he's dead. Oh. Yep, that's unsurprisingly very quickly is the answer. Oh, there's double attack going off. That would have been significantly harder. Fortunately, it wasn't. Is that all you got? I could beat you all with one hand. It's time for the tickle torture. Oh, God. Stop right there! Hey! Hey, let us out of here. What's this? Oh, the 3 taru look tasty. We're delegates from Juno. You touch us, you're toast. We're delegates from Juno. If you don't let us delegate, you'll be toast. Shut up. Noisy tower, give moblins headache. Be quiet or I cut your throats. Delegates? You would not happen to have been sent here by Nagmalada, would you? Wait. Everyone. Calm down. Listen to me. Jabu, what do you want? That boy. He's not Promethea. He looks nothing like Promethea. Huh? Doesn't look like Promethea. You know what he looks like? Yes. I've seen Promethea. His statue.
Statues? Oh, that's statues. That's the one that got stolen. Yeah, I saw it too. It looked nothing like Boy Boy. But Boy Boy used the dark power, just like legend says.
Yes, but there's no crystal on his chest. He can't be the real Promethea. Crystal on his chest? Oh dear. And you weren't created by Promethea anyway.
Jabu, don't start with that. Don't start with that again.
Jobs with words from good orders.
Jabos is fooled by bad people. Bad people must pay. Leave them for Daisy's dinner. Yikes! If we do that, we won't be able to trade you Prometheus statue. No Prometheus statue.
Statue?
Taru. You have the statue of Twilight God. Taru, you dug up Prometheus statue? Yeah, we know all about the white statue. Yeah, you want that statue. You trade us the boy. Yeah, trade us the boy. Moblins want the statue. It's written in Moblin legend. But we can't give them reincarnates of Prometheus.
But Prometheus strong. We give them the terror. Maybe we could have better.
Prometheus angry.
Prometheus getting more.
Wait, my reward's running away. Open. My reward's getting away.
Wait. I'll let you out. Showa. Travelers, this place is dangerous. You should leave right away. The Moblins are upset. Who knows what they might do? There is an exit over there. Don't look back. Run. And don't tell anyone what you heard or saw here. Don't. I do not believe that will be possible. Mr. Jacobs. Of what the Moblin said, there's much that troubles me. What were they talking of with the boy? You must tell us. It may aid in us finding Celtus and bringing him into custody. Showa. So, you know of the boy. I too wish to know more. We must go to Bastock. That's it. Master Sid may know more of what's going on. I shall lead you to the metalworks. There you can inform him of what you know. Rachnios, I'll meet you in Sid's laboratory. And then the alarm goes off. Fortunately, we have an easy way to leave. If I had the stupid thing equipped. Which, of course, I don't. Let's see, an original area. We need to go to the metalworks. And metalworks 1. So let's see what Sid says. What? You say you're looking for love runes? I'm sorry. I've been seeing him around since he left.
Uncle Sid, a pack of angry goblins attacked the Steaming Ship Restaurant. Steaming Sheep Restaurant. Master Oogby drove them away, but not before they injured some of the guests.
Goblins? In Bastock? Is Hilda alright? Lovrant. Rachnios. I don't know why I said my own name. That's a little ridiculous, even for me. Come with us right away. Jacobs has been taken back to Movopolis. Jacobs? No, it's not Jacobs, it's Jabos. God, I've been saying it wrong. I knew there was something I was saying wrong with that name. Jabos. Who's that? A Golka who's been living with the Moblins in Movopolis. For the past century, he's been watching over the creatures, trying to convince them to live in peace with those in the world above their dark caves. Forget about that, man. He's forgotten his roots and thrown away his destiny, his identity. He's no longer a Golka. Moblins attacked him? Probably his own fault. That may be, but we cannot look the other way. Without the existence of Jabos, we may never catch Celtus. Come, Rachnios. We must hurry to the underground city. So we came all the way back to Bastock, quite literally for nothing. Other than to lengthen the length of this already lengthy quest. And this is exactly the reason you need the golden key. Because now we have to go back to the mine shaft and trade the key. Let's see, that is a Chains of Promethea area, Movopolis. And I figured there was only like one normal length stream left in this quest line, in this particular quest. Gold key. Trade it to the shaft entrance. You. Why have you returned? I have nothing more to say to you. Don't worry. I will convince the Moblins. I just need more time. More time. Come to your senses, man. You've been trying to convince these creatures for the past 100 years. They've not listened to you before, and they're not about to listen to you anytime soon. The Beastmen are born from a seed different than you and I. They will never understand our logic, and we will never understand theirs. Yes, there are a few individuals on both sides that learn to feel for the other. However, when the species unites as one, their nature takes control. The will of the group overrides the will of the individual. This is their destiny. A destiny that cannot be altered. The boy we are after, Celtius, the Moblins will never betray him, because that is the will of their species. And the will of their species is that of the Twilight God Promathia. The same will that Celtius inherited over 10,000 years ago. No. You are wrong. The Moblins are merely blind. Blind to the truth. They were tricked. Tricked? Tricked into what? Listen to me. Long ago, the Moblins were searching for an iron giant bathed in light. Their legend, it says, the Iron Giant, he will give them power. So the Moblins began digging. But what they found wasn't the Iron Giant. It was a stone statue. But they believed it was what they had been searching for. Though, no matter how much they prayed, no matter how many offerings they gave, the statue gave them nothing in return. To learn the reason why, they left the caves and began to attack people. They would kidnap and pillage, all to find an answer. I knew I must try to stop them. So, I set out on a journey to learn of the statue. The statue? It was not long before I learned it was not the Iron Giant, but Promathia. I told this to the Moblins, hoping they would understand and change their ways. But I was wrong. I had opened Pandora's box. The Moblins started to believe they were the children of Promethea, and that it was their destiny to hate and destroy the children of Altana. And that is why you remain here with the Moblins? To convince them of their misunderstanding? To repent for your sins? Jabos, you need not burden yourself with such futile efforts to shake unwavering destinies. The Moblins would have eventually realized they were born of the Twilight God. No. No. The Tavnazian priest told me our legend was wrong. The Moblins were not born of the Twilight. Preposterous! Are you to have me believe that an official from the Tavnazian Cathedral denied the teachings of Altana? I've never heard of such an outrageous thing. Are you in your right mind, man? I know only what I heard. The priest, she helped me. She said the Twilight God died long before the Beastmen were born. But he will return and bring the end of the world. She also told me to continue searching for the true Iron Giant. But when I found him, the slumbering gods would show me the truth. Then she rid this place of the statue. With their statue gone, the Moblins returned to their caves and began digging once more in search of the Iron Giant in peace, until they found the crystal that breathes life into Vanadiel.
Jabbo! Jabbo! Why didn't you tell us this?
Checo-chomp!
Jabbos! We heard everything.
Jabbos didn't tell the Moblins the truth. Jabbos just heard the Moblins. Move amok. Trick-o-track.
Jabbos, we're very mad. We's very mans. Very mans. Jabbo, we've never been this mad before. Jabbo never lied to us before.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yes, I lied to you. I was told you were children of Promethea, but I couldn't believe. That's why I kept searching for someone who would tell me the truth, searching for the real God.
Shaboos, you can't fool us again. You can't trick us again.
Shaboos, Merlins have nothing more to say to Shaboos.
Wait.
Jebos, goodie bye gungos.
Very good.
Goodie bye ango.
Wait. Jabos, what did they say? Where are you going? I must go. They told me goodbye. Then come with us.
Oh, please no.
Jabos, your strength and will to save the Moblins. Why not use that ability to save us as well? Save us? Just as Moblins are bound by the chains of Promethea, the children of Altana too are in danger of meeting the same fate. If the chains are merely part of the Twilight God's curse, and then possibly what you said is true. The Moblins are not the children of Promethea, but simply diseased by his evil will. The chains of Promethea? Come, Jabos, let us meet with Sid and derive a plan to rid our world of the Twilight darkness once and for all. All right. I will help you to save them. Not us. Them. My friends. The Moblins. Oh, I wonder how many more cutscenes they're gonna have, that man. Possibly too many. Back to Sid we go. Again. Well, we've finally been down all the routes. And bits and pieces are being put into place. For Promethea has a gem in her chest. Frisch has a gem in her chest. Very, very suspicious things are going on. So, let me get this straight. The Keeper of the Apocalypse is actually the reincarnation of the Twilight God? And we're gonna have to fight him? This is not turning out like I wanted it to. Does anyone know where that boy, Celtius, could have run off to? Can't we ask the Moblins? Maybe they know. The boy is gone. But my friends, they believe he will return. So they continue to dig. They will show him the way to the crystal. I see. But considering their previous actions, I think it would be a wise idea to keep an eye on them. Who knows what they might try next? I can't just let them lead the Keeper straight to the fifth Mother Crystal. The Moblins, my friends, wouldn't. Master Sid, we have neither the time nor the resources to engage the Moblins. Currently, we must face the problem before us. Bahamut and his plan to destroy mankind. If the Moblins are digging this tunnel for the boy, then chances are he will return when they are finished. And when he does return, that's our perfect opportunity to catch him. That's true. But to think of the implications, a path to the fifth crystal will be opened. Alright. First, we must wait for everyone else to get back. Still quite a few things Prish needs to clear up. I myself am gonna need a little more time to finish my work. Your work? What are you up to, old man? Wouldn't you like to know? I'm making my wings. According to some information I happened to stumble across, Bahamut is hiding out beyond the sea of clouds. Higher than any other man's higher than any man's ever flown. If I tried to take my baby CID up there in her current state, she'd be torn to pieces in the turbulence. Now, there are a few more things I'd like to teach you before we have our date with the heavens. Excellent. When do you think she'll be ready? Hold your horses there, Lawrence. I'm working as fast as I can. I have some of the best craftsmen in Vendiel on the project. And until you're done, we need you back in Movopolis, keeping an eye on those moblins. Think you can handle that? You need not worry, Master Sid. Gabos has provided me with much information on his subterranean companions. And a few of my friends will also be lending their hands. I know everything about Movopolis. I know everything about moblins. Alright then. Looks like we found the right man for the job. And by the way, have you heard anything regarding Lady Prush? While searching for information on All ToAU, I learned about a group of Mithra known as the Sin Hunters, who I stumbled across and had an engagement with, but that's beside the point. What was I doing on the glacier? I'm still not sure. I'm not sure of the details, but I believe they originally traveled from the Mithran homeland to catch Cardinal Muldarian and punish her for past crimes. However, now they believe that the Cardinal is dead, and they search for Prish, and have her atone for the sins of the Muldarian, whom they found. And other things happened. Sin hunters. Maybe they too are thinking Prish is the cause of all this. Master Sid, what are you implying? I'll call Tenzin back from Juno and have him head for Movopolis. The things he told us were Unbelievable. You've got to hear him for yourself. Agnios, I want you to find Prish as soon as possible. That's why I want you to head to Sandoria and help Olmia in her search. And good luck. May Altana be with you. Really? I've already done that. Okay, so yeah. This confirms that that is the order they're supposed to be done in. Lovrance, Tenzin, possibly Tenzin, then Lovrance, then Olmia, in that order. That just, once again, is very weird that they let you do those in any order when there's a very clear progression. Everybody gather. Olmia, who's that with you? Don't tell me they're...
Yes, they're the Mithran Sin Hunters. The trekkers who have come to our land to find Prish.
Mithran Sin Hunters? Then Prish has already been... punished?
Of course not, Master Sid. We were able to find her. But now she's gone again. And she took the Magicite with her.
The Magicite? Fill me in on the details, Olmia. I see. I didn't realize Tavnazia's Magicite was that powerful. Or that dangerous. So it was the energy from that stone that affected the members of the multinational expedition. It invaded their hearts and minds, ultimately driving them to do the unspeakable.
Exactly. Our country's representative on the expedition found a shard of that Magicite and brought it back to our homeland. It was then that we too realized its terrifying powers. However, we were never told where the shard came from. Further Mithran expeditions were sent to the Northlands to investigate the stone's origins, but they were unsuccessful. No, it was from a completely different investigation that led us to the answer. While searching for the relic of the dragon stolen from the temple of Ukalepi, we found what we were looking for. You met with Prish and Colonel Mildarian in the Tavnazian Cathedral? After a bit of persuasion, the Cardinal showed us what they called the Star of Tavnazia. In other words, Magicite. We told her of the terrible power the Magicite contained, and demanded that she dispose it of somewhere it would never be seen again. However, the Cardinal would not listen to reason. She would only say that the stone is necessary to wake the gods from their eternal slumber.
Wake the gods? But that's...
I could not bring myself to believe Miss Shakari's words either. Not until I heard the same story from the Sandorian Cathedral. The hymns the Tavnazian choir would sing. Their words possessed the power to bring the gods back to life.
A stone. A song. Wait,
that song sang bring to help Zelda's escape.
Was that the same song?
So the whole song has been recited? No. There's a fifth verse, and only the sleeping gods know it. However, if one were to inquire with the god that recently woke up in the Ulagaran range, it was only a matter of time before the fifth and final verse is sung. Or possibly the woman in cell... No. No, I cannot trust you with that information. Good day. Uncle Sid! The Ten Kyoto have just sent a message. Prish has been spotted. In Juno!
What?
Krish, in Juno? They told her that there was a warrant for her capture, but she didn't seem to listen. What's wrong? Why would you go and risk being captured? Juno. Perhaps she's gone to meet with...
Omia? Is there something we should know?
Master Sid, I must leave for Juno immediately.
Omia! This doesn't look good. Robot, find Tenzin and Lovrance and tell them what's happened. Then hurry to Juno. Tell them to not worry about Movopolis. I'll have a party of musketeers. No, gold musketeers sent there immediately. Magnus, you'd better go to Juno as well. If you can't find Prish, then we'll all meet in front of the Grand Duke Palace and plan our next move. She's already been captured, and I can guarantee she'll be somewhere in that building. And with that, we're now on to Chapter 6 of Chains of Promethea. Which is where we're gonna leave off on Promethea. But there is... And we're gonna take a quick break. I've got some things in the slow cooker that need stirring. And we'll be right back, where we're going to take a jump into some Adert Ghan. We've got 9 missions to accomplish there. Then we can do some Rhapsodies. Now that's gonna be fun. Because we have several Adert Ghan, Rhapsodies missions that I'd like to accomplish. Because if we can get to a Rhapsody in Crimson, that's when we can finally summon all 5 trusts. Which for me will make like Ambuscade significantly easier. But there's like 10 missions of Rhapsodies to accomplish there, and like 9 in Adert Ghan. So we're gonna do a quick break. Just real quick. And then we'll be back. Anyway, we are back. We are back. And so, like I said, we leave Adoulin. I mean, not Adoulin. We head to Adoulin. Let's see, the location we need to go at. Still at Naja. Where is Naja located at? I-8. I-10. We'll see once we get in there. And like I said, now for some Adoulin stories. Wait, she's to the south then. Oh, she's that big building to the south. I see it on the mini-map. Right, and there's no nice linkage there. Yeah, she's up there. And can only be accessed via over here. Right? Actually, we don't need to speak to her. Because, we've already seen that cutscene. It was a long time ago. We saw that cutscene. But the goblins were right across from the Mog House. I should probably get my dial while I'm at it. All I can do is hope for a pulse weapon. Yeah. So we're looking for Moblin. Right across from the Mog House. His name is Kekaroon. Oh, he wouldn't be a Moblin. He'd be one of the, Ratmen. Where is he? There's Tetaroon. There you are, Kekaroon. Oh, right, you're the shop. Kekaroon got cheap info, yeah? You got big deal. Kekaroon got big info. You looking for something? You need big info. Oh, mercenary man. Looking for Elvan?
With shiny, shiny armor? Oh, maybe Kakaroon see him. Maybe Kakaroon not see him. Mercenary man, Kakaroon like things that go clink clink, yeah?
I do, in fact, have an Imperial bronze piece.
Oh, trade? You trade to Kakaroon? Cheap info. Kakaroon only need one thing that go clink clink, yeah?
At least I think I've got a bronze piece on me. No, I've got mithril and gold pieces. I know exactly where to get more of those. It's a good thing I did a lot of my grinding. A lot of my level grinding in in Outer Gone. I have so much Imperial standing. It is stupid. Like, it is very, very stupid. Use, good sir. I just need the one. Ah. Oh yeah, and my Imperial locker is like secured till like 2045, so I've got like 20 years on that thing. They do have a hard cap, actually, oddly enough, on how long you can rent the locker for. And it's only like 2057. Or something stupid like that.
Kakaroon love the sound of clink clink, yeah? Now, mercenary man, your big info? Is that shiny, shiny armor man, Elvan?
Hmm? Ah, you're the Ventrament and Salahim Sentinels. Surely you did not track me down at the behest of that foul-mouthed feline. Or perhaps you're here in search of information as well. Well, the particulars are not important. What matters is that we're both foreigners here. Have you not noticed anything suspicious about this place? They recruit mercenaries in what approaches desperation, and are surrounded by fiends more bloodthirsty than the most savage orc. And yet this grand empire has such a small standing army. The more I investigate, the more I encounter the strangest things.
Strange? You want to hear strange? Kakaroon knows something strange.
What is it? Well, out with it then.
Oh, shiny, shiny Elvan is scary. But it's okay. Everyone knows the strange thing. Kakaroon will tell you without clink clink. You no forget kind Kakaroon, yeah? Most strange thing in El Zabi is the Alistral candy sense. All in El Zabi want to see this thing, yeah?
Astral Condescence?
Yeah, Astral candy sense. A shiny, shiny Elven not know that big info, yeah? Yo, and shiny, shiny Elven are mercenaries, yeah? You new to El Zabi?
I have heard of this object. An acquaintance of mine made some mention.
Oh, this is spinning, always spinning. Very pretty, yeah?
This warrants further investigation.
Shiny, shiny Elvan. You no forget Kakaroon. You learn big info from Kakaroon. Next time you bring Clink Clink. Very shiny, yeah. Kakaroon will never forget Shiny Alvan. Shiny Alvan will come back to Kakaroon with Clink Clink.
Well, he may. I would not count on it, Kakaroon. He is a very, very busy man. Though, again, his identity is pretty obvious. It doesn't take much to take a guess as to who he really is. Though the music kinda gives it away. The music most definitely, I'd say, gives it away. Wait, we're looking at K8. That's all the way over on the other side. See, we're looking for the tea house. Oh, the temple. The temple's up here. Well, that is in fact spinning, all the time spinning. Welcome to the Walhalla Temple. Our doors are always open to those seeking knowledge. And why might a mercenary find himself in this place of peace? What's this? You wish to obtain permission to gaze on the astral candescence within the Hall of Binding? I applaud your sagely curiosity, and I'd assist you in this endeavor, if I could. However, I must regret to inform you that entry to the hall is forbidden by the Serpent Generals for all but the servants of Walhalla. Even the Empress herself is not above this law. I'm afraid I cannot help you. I grow weary of these refusals. Oh dear. Oh dear. My good knight. Former knight. I've forsaken my knightly vows and joined the mercenary ranks. But that is beside this point. There's something I'd ask of you, servant of Walhalla. I will endeavor to answer any question, should that be within my power. Is it not the Walhalla philosophy, from the void all things are born, to the void all things shall return, purported to be the fundamental tenet of existence? Oh yes, this is so. Then if all things eventually return to the void, would it matter if the process was accelerated? Sir Ralifel, that is not the intended meaning. Sage Walhalla, our founder, built his philosophy around the unavoidable destiny that all creation shares. Then I would ask you, does the astral candescence interfere with this destiny of which you speak? Huh? I shall speak plainly. My reason for entering the Empire's call for mercenaries is simply to stop this conflict and bring peace to the land. However, the direct cause of the conflict lies in the very object that the servants of Walhalla go to such lengths to protect. I wonder if the treasure held by the city is even the object in question. How is it that the great majority of Al-Zabi's citizens know naught of this? Your questions and doubts are justified. However, even the servants of Walhalla do not understand the nature of the astral condescents. Do you plead ignorance? Very well. But heed my words, servants of Wallara. If you keep to your current path, an even greater conflict awaits to engulf you. Do not think that I, or Elifel, will stand by in such quiet acquiescence. I occasionally become the target of frustrated questioning by unbelievers. I feel my inadequacy most keenly when I fail to help a soul understand the teachings of Wallara. Such trials are part of my never-ending lessons on life. In fact, there was another who came to this temple quite recently. A Yaguro monk. He was possessed of a much gentler mien than that golden knight, but his questions were much the same. No matter their agenda, the servants of this temple are always welcome to those who express an interest in the teachings of Wallara. Sage Wallara once said, "I alone do not possess all the answers. Let us ponder the mysteries of the universe together. Shared knowledge is the shortest path to enlightenment." You've come all the way to the capital of a distant nation. Perhaps you should take the opportunity to share your thoughts with others. I'm certain you'll find this practice beneficial. I seem to recall talk of a Shaharat tea house becoming a popular gathering place for visitors to Al-Zabi. Why not start your path to enlightenment there? There it is, the Shaharat Tea House. I just gotta figure out how you access it. Of course. From over here. I do not understand. Those curs of Wallara, it's just as you described. They did nothing but mock my queries. What am I to do, Gesso?
Sir Nefel, I have acquired some information. The astral wind. I hear those words often on the lips of Al-Zabi's citizens.
The astral wind.
Yes, it's a name given to the ethereal breeze that stirs the air around the astral candescence. The wind arises whenever the astral candescence is set upon its plinth, creating a sweet melody of unearthly timbre.
Your description makes the treasure sound more like some fairy's harp.
I need only repeat what was told to me by Nadi, the man in the Wallara temple.
Ah, that one. When I pressed him on my suspicion that the astral condescence was merely the cause of these conflicts, he was not surprised in the least. It makes no sense. I can't believe the astral condescence is worth sacrificing the lives of Argon's citizens. Could this trinket be the true treasure the Empire seeks to safeguard?
Please. With our current meager information, we have nothing more than meaningless conjecture. We must delve in deeper into this mystery. I beg your leave.
So, I would stay away from Salahim's sentinels. You. Aren't you an employee of Salahim's sentinels? Do not tell that Mithra of what you've heard here. How much have you learned? So you knew this as well. The Emperor of Adoulin is ruled by Nashimera II, the 16th Empress of the Majib dynasty. There are currently 2 capitals that help govern this immense nation, one in the east and one in the west. One, as you've probably guessed, the western capital is Al-Zabi, also known as the imperial capital. So you knew about this as well. The sphere that floats in the center the temple is known as Gordius. In the ancient past, when Gordius was unraveled by the sage Wahara, it's said that he came to understand the fundamental principle of existence. So I'm not the only one who has realized. The company where I endured the worst insults of my life. I've also learned of your secret. What's that? Explain yourself. My secret? I'm nothing more than a mercenary who's left the life of a temple knight behind him. You really are a Sandorian prince. I, Ralifel, could never be that proud and dignified. Really, Tryon? Foolishness! Tryon could never be compared to... Oh. Oh. You have me. Tryon, Durangil is undone. How could you have pierced my disguise? It must have been your training as an adventurer. No, it's just that you dyed your armor. That's all you did. This goes beyond all patience. But now that you know my true identity, you shall pay for mocking the prince. I've got a task for you. Deliver this letter to Monolith's Haver in the Chateau d'Ungil. Tell him that comes from Sage Ralifel. The future of Adoulin, as well as the 4 nations of Altana, depends on the safe delivery of this letter. You, and no other, will personally be held responsible for its arrival. Fail in this, and you shall never set foot on my nation's soil again. It's not just your nation, Tryon. Goodness sake. It's my home nation too, goodness gracious, man. Granted, we weren't born there, but, you know. 6 of one, half dozen of another. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, we actually have to speak to someone. I was very concerned because both of them have me going back to, in very short order, to the same location. Both this and the Promethea mission. I'm like, no. No, that'd be silly. But no, the one in Promethea requires us to talk to someone. Haver. Arachnios. As you're aware, all matters concerning the royal family pass through me. But of course, I have something for you. What have we here? A letter? With the writing so terrible that even I can't read the intended recipient. Iscarian worm scrawl. I've seen it's like before. The person who entrusted you with this message. The Lord of Illegibility, as I would call him. I'm certain. This letter came from the heir to the throne of the Sandoria, the royal prince. Tryon Ildeorangel. I'm mistaken, you say? This letter was written by one Sage Ralithal. But this chicken scratch could only be the work of Prince Tryon. I shall prove it to you. I've long attended the prince and encountered many an opportunity to decipher his unique style of writing. A moment, if you will. Astral what? This is truly atrocious. I've no doubt this letter's from Prince Tryon. But I'm afraid I can't make out the meaning. Monolorus Hava, you're looking troubled. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Ah, General Rahal. Your offer of aid is most generous. However... No need to be so humble. You've one of Tryon's indecipherable letters, do you not? How could you know? I have my sources. Some days ago, Prince Tryon abandoned the signing of some official documents. He placed a mannequin in his care and fled the chateau in the dead of night. At least it was not a forced hare this time. That's when I had Travelus here shadow the prince's movements. He had training in the art of the ninja. Please, continue the tale, Travelance. Sir, Prince Tryon first made his way to Mahara, and he passed himself off as an adventurer. Dear Altana! A member of the royal family traipsing around as an adventurer? The court will be mortified. From there, His Highness boarded a ferry bound for the shores of Adoulin. Adoulin? And then I quickly slipped aboard as well, and guarded the royal person from the shadows. The ferry safely arrived in Al-Zabi, with the prince none the wiser of my presence. After entering the city, Prince Tryon headed straight to a mercenary company and apparently signed some kind of contract. A contract? Surely not with his own name. This could escalate into an international crisis. There's nothing to fear on that account. His Highness travels the Empire under the assumed name of Ralifal. So, no one in Al-Zabi is aware of his true identity? I wouldn't say that, my lord. The prince is wearing a suit of gilded gold plate, and is not subtle in his information gathering. Oh, great goddess. Then he's not disguised at all. No, my lord. Come to think of it, I've seen this adventurer's face in the very same mercenary company. This letter must be the very same document I witnessed in the prince's hands at the Shaharat tea house. I'm wounded, and Prince Tryon doesn't have more trust in us, his loyal subjects. And I do wish he would act with a little more discretion. That's a matter we will discuss anon. First, we must learn the reason for Prince Tryon's seemingly frequent trips to the nation of Adoulin. What is the current state of the Near East? Is the prince in any danger? Do not be concerned. I'm sure where Travials has learned much from following the prince. Please enlighten us. Sir, Prince Tryon investigated the following facts. 4 years ago, Jalzan, the former emperor of Adoulin, and his wife both succumbed to the same illness. Ah, yes, I remember. The Kingdom of Sandoria sent her condolences. The illness was quite virulent, as I recall. The beastmen, who dwell on the western borders of the nation, used it as an opportunity to cease offering tributes. What more could you expect from those savages? Though the Emperor's long war with the eastern nations was at a stalemate, they could not afford to grow complacent. The main body of the Imperial Army remained focused on the east. Meanwhile, the beastmen of the Mamulja Savage Lands and the Halvung territory unfurled the banner of rebellion on the abandoned Western Front. It was not long before they were joined by an army known as the Undead Swarm. The military might of Sandoria is fully occupied with the Orcish horde. If it were 3 separate armies, even a mighty nation like Adoulin must flounder. Of a certain, sir. The capital has recently been the target of beastmen invasions. Adoulin now finds herself without the resources to repair even the walls of Al-Zabi. No matter how impressive a swordsman Tryon is, we cannot allow him to remain in such a dangerous place. I must take this matter up with those responsible for protecting the royal household. Bring me General Kurilla. General Kurilla. It appears a member of the Royal Knight has managed to track down the location of our wayward prince.
And where, pray tell, would that be?
The Empire of Adoulin.
Adoulin? The nation recruiting mercenaries?
Yes.
Then it stands to reason that the Temple Knights should stand little chance of finding the prince.
I seem to recall ordering you to take measures that would prevent this sort of thing from happening again. Am I mistaken? Wait, again? You're saying he's been to Undertgone multiple times? God, you guys are terrible at your job!
No, Monolur, however, I've been derelict in my duty.
It's good you recognize your failings, but you will be made to take responsibility for the situation.
Yes, my lord. Forgive my directness, Monolur, however, but I feel I must ask. Why would Prince Tryon travel to such a distant land? Does he feel that strongly about the Empire?
Prince Hever has visited Alzabib once before, when the Emperor was hale and healthy. The incident that occurred most likely connected to all of this. However, now's not the time to be telling tales of the past. This matter has grown beyond the realm of judgment. We must bring this letter to Prince Puge immediately. Prince Puge.
What's all this commotion? I would like Tryon to rush off without so much as a word. He's earned an reputation for action before thought.
Your Highness, this is the letter we believed had been penned by your brother. Travelus may have provided enough keys to unlock this rambling script. This may require some time.
There's no need to convene a meeting of linguists, Haver. Let me see this letter. This time my brother's actions may have had a positive side. He writes on the actual current state of the Empire. We must turn our attention to the Near East, where a battle on the scale of the Crystal War is brewing.
What on Vanadiel is happening over there?
There is an overwhelming reason for the Beastmen's attack on Al-Zabi. I'll read you what my brother has written, word for word. At the center of this conflict is a treasure known as the Astral Candescence. This object emits an enchanting melody, unheard by mortal ears. This melody envelops and fills those nearby with boundless energy, be they man or beastmen. The citizens of Al-Zabi call this melody the Astral Wind.
I believe to have come to understand Prince Tryon's apprehensions. You are not alone in that feeling.
Then we're in agreement. However, have messengers sent to the other nations immediately. We must convene an emergency meeting of the nations.
Understood, Your Highness. And the location?
The location. I'd send a request to Juno to secure a meeting room in the Grand Duke Palace.
At once.
Prince Puge. What shall be done about Prince Tryon's frequent excursions outside the kingdom? I do not wish to be rude, but we're well aware of how the prince reacts to attempts to dissuade him from his course. That is true. Having the heir to the throne playing at being a mercenary would not improve Sandoria's image in the eyes of the world. But the solution is simple. I shall write my brother a letter.
A letter, Your Highness?
Yes, I have an idea. But I shall need a volunteer to deliver it safely to Al-Zabi.
I suggest Travelus. He's well versed in the geography of the region.
Excellent. Let it be done.
I will not fail you, Your Highness. Your Highness, this is Rachnios. He brought Prince Tryon's letter back from the Near East.
Is that so? I do not approve of my brother's rash actions.
but he does have an eye for trustworthy messengers. I've also worked directly under you guys, but I guess we're going to ignore that. Arachnios, I'm sure you're exhausted from your long journey, but your presence will be required at the meeting in Juneau. We may have need of your testimony. Arachnios, arrangements for the meeting shall be made with all haste. Make your way to Juneau as soon as your preparations are complete. I never thought the situation to be this grave. And with that, Mission 5 is completed. We just have to make our way through Mission 12. That's the person we have to avoid.
Ah, you've gathered here at the request of the Kingdom of Sandoria. I thank you on behalf of the King. This is the first time in history that an emergency summit of this nature has taken place. The issue I lay before you is beyond the scope of a single nation.
Prince Puge, the adventurer you have permitted to the summit has arrived. Ah, it's you again.
Thank you for coming, Arachnios.
I assume, of course, my reputation precedes me. Considering I'm still a wanted criminal in Juneau.
Allow me to begin by explaining the events that have led to today's meeting. It began when Arachnios, mercenary, adventurer, hero, slayer of the Shadow Lord, etc., etc., titles upon titles, may he never turn his blade upon the rest of us, etc., etc., arrived at the gate of Chateau d'Yonville, bearing the letter of extreme importance. The contents of this letter prompted me to call the nations together. It was penned by a sage known as Ralifal and described in painstaking detail the current state of Ardurt Gan.
The Empire. It's the same nation that has a port in a frenzy over mercenary recruitment. That has the port. My bad.
The very same. I speak of the Near Eastern nation, the Empire of Ardurt Gan. Ardurt Gan is now under pressure from 3 separate Beastmen armies, and Al Zabi, the main capital, is in danger of falling.
Great Altana.
The Silent Empire. It was once called that. You may have been too young to know this, Your Highness, but the rest of us should remember. I am aware of the term. In the time of the Great War, the Empire possessed an army greater than the combined forces of the Allied nations. Yet not a single soldier was sent in response to calls for aid. My apologies. You're well versed in history. But knowing this,
You should also know that we've no obligation to lift a finger for Adoulin, no matter how serious her predicament.
Why, Volker? Always so calm and cool. You've grown hot and bothered, and your speech is most cruel.
You should understand, Dr. Shantoto. You were there on that battlefield. Who knows how much suffering could have been avoided if we'd had the help of the Empire.
On the contrary, my dear musketeer, we owe them far more than you imagine, I fear.
What do you mean?
Adoulin has taken many countries under her yoke. A ferocious nation that has even bared fangs at the far eastern folk. Calling the Empire to help in our cause would be like freeing us from demons in return for dragon jaws.
That may be true, but even the close relationship Adoulin had with Tavnazia. That subject is not the issue here, I know. Dr. Shantoto, why did Windhurst open Mahara's port to the Empire?
My nation's actions are none of your concern. At least we have a backbone. When will Bastok learn?
You go too far, Dr. Shantoto. Enough! I did not call you here to speak of possible troop contributions. Then why are we here, Your Highness? Our main concern is the treasure thought to be at the center of this conflict. The astral cardescence. The astral cardescence? It is described as some manner of musical instrument, but apparently it's much more than that. This instrument is said to produce a phenomenon known as the astral wind, a breeze that blows from an unidentifiable source. It creates a melody in a timbre unheard by mortal ears. I'm confused. How can there be a melody if nothing is heard?
Astral wind?
This is all very unusual, but I'm sure we've all seen stranger things before.
An unidentifiable source.
In Windhurst, there's no shortage of magical gadgets. Pens that write by themselves, brooms that sweep on command.
A breeze.
I mean, they even have that Cardian band. That's similar, don't you think, Dr. Shantoto?
Astral wind.
Dr. Shantoto? Is everything alright?
If it's an automatic instruments you need, our children make such things before they learn how to read. The problem lies in the power of wind.
The wind?
It envelops those close by and fills them with mysterious strength. There's few who can resist the lure of this energy, even among the beastmen.
If the instrument is dangerous, why not give it to the beastmen or smash it out of hand?
That is what common sense would tell us, if we're up to an individual or even an entire town.
What are you trying to say?
What if the decision lay in the hands of a nation? What if it posed a threat to its own citizens? If that treasure could one day be your salvation? What if... Let me redo that sentence. Even if it posed a threat to your own citizens, what if that treasure could one day be your salvation? Would you not choose to protect it?
How could a mere instrument hold that kind of power?
The sage who composed this letter is afraid. Afraid that this astral candescence will one day be the catalyst for a conflict to rival the Crystal War.
No.
Prince Puge,
As a representative for an entire nation, you would do well not to throw those words around lightly.
My apologies. It's merely based on the conjecture of the sage.
Why don't we have Rachnios, who's seen and heard these things in person?
Why don't we have Rachnios, who's seen and heard these things in person, give us his account?
We cannot make a decision based on this tale alone. A nation has a responsibility to maintain soldiers and weaponry for the defense of its people. And for a city in this situation, I would go so far as to say that some kind of secret weapon is almost a necessity. In any case, it doesn't seem that this astral cadescence presents any immediate danger to the people of XIV.
I wouldn't say that's entirely true. If you were me and I were you. I came to a conclusion after you left the chateau. I wish to hear your honest opinion.
Yes.
Excellent. I knew asking you here was the right decision. I rely on your vast experience as an adventurer. What is the astral cadescence? If it is such an important treasure, then why not secret it away inside the palace instead of placing it in the area most vulnerable to beastmen attacks? I sense some hidden purpose for this dangerous object. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Sage Walara? What kind of a person is this? I see. The father of the Walhalla prophecy and an alchemist of great renown. I alone do not possess all the answers. Let us ponder the mysteries of the universe together. Shared knowledge is the shortest path to enlightenment. Not a philosophy that would appeal to my brother.
Is Prince Tryon somehow involved?
Forgive me. I was merely thinking aloud. Too much time in the cathedral for Destin's little boy. The mind is a tool you must sharpen, not a child's toy. Do you mock me, Dr. Shantoto? You look for your answers in all the wrong places. Shall I bring little hope for your long, dreary faces?
What are you hiding, Shantoto?
As servants of Walhalla control the Hall of Binding, the treasure's little nest. The Hall of Binding is defended by the Serpent Generals, the best of the best.
Serpent Generals? A name I've heard. Each one must be worth 1,000 soldiers.
The astral cadescence is strictly monitored by the Walhalla Temple, according to the adventurer's speech. But if the treasure is kept in an area that the beastmen can easily reach. And there we find the Serpent Generals, the strongest of the strong. Plus, mercenaries like Rachnios to help him, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, there does seem to be a contradiction to be found here. You see, this is a huge game of set the trap and wait. And the astral cadescence is a very tasty bait.
Huh? Of course! Why didn't I see that? But wait, this begs a whole new set of questions. Why would they want the beastmen in the city?
There are some things even I cannot divine. It's time to sit back and wait for a sign. But it does seem that this problem lies at the center of some grand plan.
Without concern for the people of XIV. We need more information.
Yes, an individual of keen wits and sharp senses. My lords, I have a suggestion. Rachnios is employed as a mercenary of the Empire. Among the other things he's done for all of us, let's be honest. However, he is a distinguished adventurer, as mentioned previously, and will not sell his principles for a bag of gill. Probably. I point to the safe delivery of the sage's message as proof of his dedication.
Dedication has worn off.
A long journey without promise of reward. And I'm sure that all of you present, have had numerous beneficial dealings with adventurers. And him in particular. They have earned our trust and respect. Him more than anyone else. That is why I put forth the notion that we have Rachnios return to the Empire and fight as a mercenary, which he was already doing. We cannot allow any more blood to be spilled by beastmen, even should that blood belong to another nation's people. And if Rachnios can improve his standing enough to bring him closer to the Imperial Palace, then we may learn the ultimate goal of the Empire.
You'll find no argument here. Adventurers have been quite the hero, have been the quiet heroes in Bastok's darker moments.
An idea that creates less work for us. Will not find me making a needless fuss. How will the Duchy of Juno stand on this?
In agreement. The linking of our auction house services has strengthened the ties between Juno of the Empire, but economical matters are superseded by politics.
All in favor? One moment. As Ralafel warned, this problem is likely not constrained to within the borders of the Near East. All the lands of Venadiel, including our 4 nations. Urgum is the word for world in the language of Adotgan, and this lurking threat could plunge it entirely into chaos. We lay this mission before you. Will you consent to take up this burden?
That's what I'm here for.
You have our thanks. Naturally, we'll do all in our power to aid you in this task. It is a trifling amount, but perhaps you could do some Adotgan coin in your travels.
If you chose the other answer, you lose 10 bronze pieces. Or at least don't gain them. That treasure is more than simple bait. An astral relic can and will seal your fate. The Empress goes too far in her own game. I'm curious to see how it turns out. All the same. Lord Arachnios, you know what it means for me just standing before you here. Accidentally triggered Rhapsodies. I knew some of these were going to overlap like this. Oh. I must confess to the... Oh no, that's Sid. I must confess to the stationing of one of my agents around the air so we're words. Oh. I must confess. Oh. Too many voices. I must confess to the stationing of my agents around the area after our soiree in Norg. It was not for any nefarious purpose, I assure you. It was merely to gather what information I could about the destruction of the future. There we go. Kinda Scottish-Japanese. There we go. And as I implied earlier, the emptiness is almost certainly the cause of Iroha's claims. I would ask Iroha to tell me what she knows.
Forgive me for keeping you waiting, Master. Sir Tenzin, the pleasure is mine. I'm so glad to see you again.
Again? But this is the first time we... but of course. You mean to say that you've met me in the future?
You are the reason I'm able to stand here today. My tears flowed like rain when last we parted.
You mean to say I was swallowed up by the emptiness?
Not just you. Everyone.
Oh, I thought myself better prepared for this. So such a future does come to pass. And that means I failed.
Sir Tenzin, lift your head. In my era, you and the Master were revered as heroes of the highest caliber. Was that any failure on your behalf? When darkness poured forth from the crystal, there was nothing you could have done to stop it. Secluded on that small island, I was unable to stem the rising tide, and the world was torn asunder.
Heavens be good. Then there's only one thing we can do. We must protect our world. Sir Reknios, Lady Iroha, the future is ours for the taking, and I swear to fight it down until I've drawn my last breath. What? Does this mean to absorb the fire burning in my heart?
No, Sir Tenzin. Your passion has brought new life into the orb. Would that it were sufficient, but the light remains ever pale. You have yet to meet with Lady Prish, yes? Master, when you have recounted the tales of your exploits, Lady Prish was a prominent figure. You oft waxed lyrical about her prowess was beyond compare.
Perhaps we should call her back to Juno.
And permit me to seek her out and lead her to the port.
Our next destination is clear to us.
Master, the fire in Sir Tenzin's heart is evident. You must meet with Prish without delay. I must confess that the only reason I'm standing here today to aid you is that I received a benevolent puissance when you and Sir Tenzin visited me on Reisenklima during the ultimate conflict. Yet I must reiterate that I do not exist in this era. My presence has caused the wheel of fate to spin, and I fear that it may not come to rest in an advantageous position. Yet, should you remain ever unflinching as you tackle the most arduous of journeys, then perhaps my appearance here matters not, and you are able to lead us to a brighter future. Master, I shall head to the port while you search for Lady Prish. Please, Let me rest here until we meet Lady Prish.
Wondering where that mouse disappeared to. And that was another Rhapsodies mission, interrupting us. Well, back we go to Oddert Khan. It's just funny. There's the tea house. It's just kind of funny how they just kind of overlap like that. It is just kind of funny. Greetings. You are Arachnios, an adventurer from the Western Lands, yes? And a registered mercenary of Salahim's Sentinels? Ah, I must introduce myself. I am Gesho, and I've returned and have arrived from the Western continent. I am a Yagodo. I never would have guessed, good sir. I thought you were Taru. Do not be alarmed. I'm merely a wandering monk who seeks to find a master in his foreign nation. Just like you, I've entered the service of one Naja Selahim. I must apologize for the sudden intrusion, but are you acquainted with the mercenary known as Relafal? You plead ignorance. Would you know him if I described his golden armor? Yeah, I was just looking for him. In any case, I have something for you to give from him to give you. The Empire of Ardargan and the nations of the Far East have been at war for decades. That is a long time to be fighting. Such a conflict would drain the resources of both sides and put a considerable strain on citizenry. They are indeed suffering, particularly in the Far East. This war has exacerbated several other serious matters. The same must be said of Ardargan. Despite the size and strength of their army, they must still look for foreign shores for mercenary reinforcement for the defense of the capital. The armies of both nations have met on the field of battle numerous times, building trenches and fortifications to stall the advance of the enemy. Now the front line can move neither forwards nor backwards. Trench warfare. Trench warfare. If I were the Empress, I would want an enemy of a weapon of great destructive force, or some kind of magic. Or even send spies to enemy cities or main travel routes to destroy their supply lines. Both sides have those options, of course. Why have you grown silent? Have I said something untoward?
No. That's hard to believe you're a simple mercenary when when such talk of strategy escapes your lips.
Ah, you're right. I must be more careful. And I'm not the only one, it seems. You're rather well versed in the Far Eastern predicament, considering you are meant to be a Mediterranean Yagudo.
Nay, I simply repeat what I've heard. We should be focusing on,
Gisho? Something wrong?
a skulker in the shadows. Show yourself.
Travelis?
You know this man?
Huh? Biojo? What has he told Curlia? Haver was the one who... Great Altana.
Is something wrong?
Gisho, I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I must return to Sandoria.
It sounds serious. Has something befallen your homeland?
What does this have to do with the likes of you?
My apologies. I've overstepped my boundaries. No.
No, I should have no cause to berate you so. This man is a knight of Sandoria.
My name is Travelis. Forgive my intrusion. You move like one trained in the far eastern art of the ninja.
You have a keen eye. Travelis will stay here for a time. Please contact him if you have need of me.
Understood. Although we stand on different sides of the wall, we're both patriots. I'm certain we shall meet again. Let us continue our conversation anon.
Yes, I would like that.
Farewell. Ralifel, you must not keep your countrymen waiting.
I'm in your debt. Farewell, Gisho. Yeah, let's not forget that the Yagudo are the primary beast tribe around Sandoria.
And so, he left for his homeland. I imagine he would be ducking in Mahura at about this time. That one holds himself like a king.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Gisho.
Before I forget it, I have something for you from Travelis. Very well. I take my leave of you here. If our president should discover us loitering about in the streets, it would mean our heads.
Of the 4 nations of Altana have gathered in Juneau for an emergency summit.
Then you certain one of our mercenaries was seen there?
Yes, your magnificence.
You have served us well. You may go.
Dismissed, sir.
You were right to keep him occupied. They've taken the bait, just as expected. Grand Vizier. Do not underestimate these adventurers. We must proceed with the next part of the plan. Well, hello, Vagnios. What happened to our puffed-up over pretty night boy? Don't tell me you came back here without him.
I mean, kind of.
What? I really don't hope my ears are deceiving me. Tell me that again.
Ralphal went home.
Are you telling me that blockhead knight took off without so much as a by your leave, Miss President? He's got a lot of nerve to test the patience of Naja Salahim. And don't think you're off the hook either. Why didn't you go after him? Surely you didn't think that a mercenary was free to do as he pleases, did ya? And you didn't go leave an order Al-Zabi, ignoring the fact you were on one of my errands, did ya? Both you and Ralphal have signed a binding contract with me. Or have you forgotten? You belong to me. Forever, always, until death, you mercenaries are my pawns. If you had the free time to go gallivanting to foreign countries, then you should have been signing up for a bunch of missions. You should be contributing to the success of this company. That is what is known as a team player. It's not too late for you. Chase him to the end of the world if you have to, but track down that Ralphal. You know what? Maybe I'll just let him go. I've had enough of his belly aching to last a lifetime anyway. Come to think of it, didn't he say he was from the Midlands? He seems so intent on sticking around. Wonder why he chose to pack up and leave all of a sudden. Oh well, at least he's out of my hair. That's a load off my mind. Maybe you are a dose of good luck, Rachnios.
I wouldn't say that.
Here's an extra bonus for you. Go on, take it. I'm glad you decided to walk in my door. It's okay, you can tear up a little. Take that feeling and burn it deep into your heart. I'll be using your gratitude as an example during my next recruiting drive.
Now we just needed to rezone in order to get the next one going. Okay, Quetzal's gonna show up. Now, well, put this here and that there. This will make Salahim Sentinels the most attractive mercenary company in all of Adoulin. Let's see here. Thanks to President Naja, I've learned the true meaning of bravery. Dum-de-dum. Oh, and this one. Thanks to President Naja, I've experienced my first taste of victory. Dum-de-dum. What else do we have? Thanks to President Naja, I've learned the true meaning of fear. We'll just change that to fortune. Dum-de-dum. That about does it for the Sentinel's voice. I do so love making these company pamphlets. If only those slack-jawed mercenaries could finish some decent missions. I could start raking in some respectable profit. Makes me wonder why this request came our way. Well now, isn't this a coincidence? I was just about to send someone out to drag you in your scruffy hide. Oh, were you? As you might know, our company is well respected throughout the Empire. The proof lies here in this gold-trimmed envelope. That's why we need to have a little chat. There's a mercenary commission inside, but first, let's talk rewards. Unlike the pittance you've been receiving so far, this one will be extra extravagant. Without a doubt. Do you want to know why? I'll tell you why. This envelope was sent by the Adoulin Archaeological Research Institute. This request was likely originated from the Empress herself. Don't tell me you've never heard of RE. They've been conducting investigations within the rules of Azdal. Of Al-Zadal. RE? What do you think of when someone mentions the alchemists of the Imperial Palace? For myself, I always imagine a guy wearing an apron covered in chemical stains, performing the same experiments day after day after day. A tireless researcher type. The AARI was supposed to be full of people like that. But listen to me ramble on. Basically, all you have to know is that they're under the direct authority of the Empress. The ruins of Al-Zadal? I'm a bit shaky on the details, but outside of the old Doom remnants in the Aidiwa subterrane, there's another sprawling set of ruins not that far from here. The site is called the Ruins of Al-Zadal. If you travel to the northwest of Blafau Thickets until you can see the waters of the Cyan Deep, you'll find a tunnel entrance. Until recently,
The Empire had forbidden entry to the ruins, a rule enforced by the immortals stationed at the entrance. But now, with investigations completed in that section, the undersea ruins have opened to the public. That means even nobodies like you can feast your eyes on the peepers on the remains of an ancient civilization for the small fee of
1 silver piece.
Supposedly, the fee goes directly towards the funding of the AARI, but who knows where all that loot is really going. You see what I'm saying? We have the chance to make a small fortune and get on the good side of the Imperial government. Try not to mess it up. Oh, and suppose I better tell you about the request itself. They want me to send a mercenary to patrol the Azadal undersea ruins. I hear that some unfriendly local creatures have been holding up the rest of the investigation. You've been showing some decent results lately, so I've chosen you for the job. This could be a big opportunity for fame and fortune. And this kind of work should be a walk in the park for a strapping mercenary like yourself. Failure is not an option. Azadal, undersea, ruins. Are you hard of hearing? Hop to it, soldier!
Yes, ma'am.
Why would someone ask for Arachnios by name?
That is a very good question. Why would we be called by name? Anyway, Blafau. Blafau thickets. We're looking for a specific person, too. Who's not going to be right here? Let me just see if I can't. Okay. Probably should not have taken that teleporter. Probably not. Definitely should not have taken that teleporter. Technically, I'm still in the wrong location, but that's beside the point. I think I have... physical damage kills. There's a specific item I think I already have a copy of that's going to come in handy during this mission. I'm just gonna need to locate it. There it is. Not exactly sure how I stumbled across that, but it was an NM I fought ages ago when I was grinding the levels. Directly into Blafau we go. And they are at F6. Yep, all the way north. Oh, that mini-map is proving to be exceptionally useful for navigation. It doesn't matter which route I take. As long as we continue north, that's all that matters. Ah, yes, the standard grinding spot. The elephants of infinite experience. The elephants of infinite experience. They're in fact glorious. Though I do wonder about these hoof prints. No matter. Now she should be. Yep, there she is. One silver piece. It's a good thing they gave us 2 of them. Somewhere in here.
Very well. You may proceed.
Well, as a player of Final Fantasy XIV, this looks weirdly familiar. But honestly, I would expect as much.
Wow, look at this place. Oh, what's that? Tell me everything.
Hey now, this is an ancient ruin you have the privilege to be in.
Do not disturb the... This is my first time in an ancient ruin. It's so exciting.
Poor old Tateya is stuck in the factory all by herself. But lucky me gets to go on a field trip with Master Gastad. Well, I'm glad to see you're taking an interest in the past.
But if you keep up that ruckus, who knows what sort of unwanted attention you'll attract. Even with us here to protect you, some monster might snatch you away from the shadows. Into the shadows. They've even employed mercenaries from Salahim's sentinels to patrol the ruins for dangerous beasts. Many alchemists have fallen prey to the legions of foul creatures that stalk these halls. You know how on moonless nights you can hear the roar of the Cyan Deep echoing through the darkness? That sound is really the wails of the lost alchemists as their spirits roam the ruins in despair.
Rishvi.
Rishvi. That's quite enough. The poor child is just quaking in fear. Is that really true? Maybe you'll be the first to find out.
You're lying! You're such a big meanie weenie! MNF, what do you see?
Quiet. We are not alone.
Oh?
Hey, it's you! What are you doing down here? If you want to see the ruins, you should come along with us.
Ah, yes. Your PSC Wildcat badge marks you plainly. Are you taking care of your automaton? Oh, is that must be because I've got Puppet Master unlocked. He mentions the automaton. I'm assuming it's your first visit to the ruins. Perhaps it would benefit you to join our little tour.
Master Gatsad was about to tell me all about the Azaldal ruin civilization. These ruins have so many stories.
Meanwhile, anglerfish in the background. And other weird sea creature in the background. Well, tell me about the windows. You wish to learn about the windows? Look at those fish.
Look at those fish swimming around in there. I wonder what would happen if the windows broke.
Those fish are actually swimming in the waters of the Cyan Deep. We're currently at the bottom of the ocean, looking out at them. Those windows are under an incredible amount of pressure from the weight of the water. If the windows were to break, I'm afraid we'd be crushed in an instant.
What is that sparkling light all over the glass? I've never seen anything like it.
That is the glow of plasma oil.
Ooh! Isn't that the same oil we use in the automatons?
That is correct. The windows of these ruins are actually membranes of plasma oil that repel the waters of the sea like giant bubbles.
You mean it just bounces off?
You could put it that way, yes. But the barriers have been in place for hundreds of years. I highly doubt they'll give away anytime soon. Truly an astonishing feat of technology. However, the only reason these membranes hold is due to the constant supply of plasma oil. Someday, this supply must run out. And when it does...
Are you trying to scare me too, Master Gustad? I'm not sure I want to be here much longer.
Well, tell me about the pillars. Ah, you've touched upon an interesting area. It is not the shape of these pillars that is so fascinating. Any person with such basic knowledge of archaeology would recognize the graceful conical base and the frail-looking central column. This design was often seen in the temples built during the reign of Emperor Azaddal, some 900 years ago. This fascinating thing about these pillars lies in the construction itself. These are the markings that suggest a degree of rotation and elongation is possible.
Why would they make a pillar like that?
I wonder the same thing. I theorize that the architects of the structure wanted to incorporate a level of flexibility to compensate for the changes in the water pressure.
That's pretty clever.
Should these technological marvels be understood in the near future, I hope to adapt their use to the field of automaton construction.
Master Getsad, I'm gonna work really hard on my studies so I can help you.
Tell us of the floor. It looks a bit clockwork to me. The floor? It's quite fascinating.
Oh, I want to hear about this.
The elegant mosaics on the floor are designed with several varieties of stones. One might say that these designs are symbolic of the prosperity of the Azaddal dynasty. It's a shame we've lost so many of the arts of that age.
What about the shining symbol on the floor over here? I'm sure I've seen this design somewhere before. Dum-de-dum-de-dum.
That is the transport device, not unlike the runic portals already employed by the Empire. The Adartgan Archaeological Research Institute has deemed these devices safe for use in their continuing investigations.
Dum-de-dum-de-dum. So they still work even after 900 years?
Yes. A curious fact. The AARI has been diligent in its efforts to remove all the traces of dust and grime as they work through the ruins, but they have not attempted any maintenance. There simply hasn't been a need. It's as if these ruins might have been frozen in time. Not merely in appearance, but in all of its functions.
I love mysteries. I bet the ruins were just waiting for us to rediscover them.
You could be right, Abda. I think that's enough work for one day. Time to return to the workshop.
What? Already? We just got here.
We can't have poor Tatea mind the place all to herself. All by herself now, can we?
I suppose not. But you'll bring me here again, right?
I promise. Ifshi, would you mind escorting young Abda back to Al-Zabi?
Aren't you coming with us?
Not just yet. I have some things to discuss with this mercenary.
Well, okay. See you later.
I suppose you're asking why I wanted you to stay. As you can see, I'm also an alchemist affiliated with the Arartgan Archaeological Research Institute. I've often caused to visit the ruins in this manner. Have you figured out what the AARI's true purpose is here in this ruins? The conservation of cultural heritage? The research of ancient civilization? Those are merely facades. The truth of the matter is, our organization is under the orders from the Empress to locate the missing astral candescences. Yes, the candescence held in Al-Zabi is not the only one in existence. How much do you know about the astral candescence, Rachnios? Not as much as I'd hope. The astral candescence is a national treasure that is set upon the astral plinth within Al-Zabi's whole Hall of Binding. Known as the astral wind, the infinite energy of the astral plane flows from this treasure, uplifting the Empire's citizens and granting them courage. It's the source of the Empire's prosperity. And yet, the candescence is also a catalyst for unending conflict, as the beastmen hurl themselves against our defenses time and again in effort to claim it. We receive the blessings of the candescence at the price of peace. The astral candescence was originally brought to the city to halt the spread of the Bastokian blight in the Empire. The Emperor of the time had hoped to ease the suffering of his people and his nation. But there is more than one candescence. There are few that are aware of this fact. Through the research of various ancient texts and relics, we have verified the existence of 4 such other candescences. If we can but find these missing treasures, there may be a chance to end this futile conflict. That is the aim of the AARI. So what do you say? Will you aid us in our research? You wonder how I know your name? It's not that surprising. I was the one who sent the request to Salheim Sentinels asking you to patrol the ruins. It seems the immortals staged at the staging grounds have taken a liking to you. Your name was at the top of the list of candidates. Arachnios, if we can find 3 these missing candidates. Ardert gone. Now the entire Arija continent may know the paradise of peace once again. And we receive an astral compass. It will lead you to a candescence. But be warned. This device is not set to respond to the faint astral waves. The astral wind that blows from the candescences reaches far across the land, even as it weakens in intensity. Picking up those waves would help little in pinpointing a device, so you will only receive a response when you're close to the source. I'm sure you can see why your position as a mercenary with duties across the continent will prove invaluable. I ask that you carry the astral compass with you at all times. Ah yes, the device has been constructed to ignore the emissions of the candescence in Elzabi. You have your mission. The future peace of the Near East is riding on your success. One more thing. Do not reveal my position as the chief of the AARI. We should not even acknowledge each other on the street. I value my quiet existence in the automaton workshop. Amnoff. Tell the Grand Vizier that the bell has been set. Understood. And while we are here, it is... oh God, those things are in fact right there. It's recommended while we're here to pick up the runic portal and take the teleporter on our left again. And follow the path east. I'm not even sure I'm on the right map. I hope I'm on the right map, because this should be the main map. Yep, that's the one. We are on the right map. Ratmen. Definitely get the feeling of clockworkness. Now, if I can remember how to activate a runic portal. Attuned. I think, maybe. Did I do that right? Okay, now I understand a bit more about how those work. Cool. And then we just go back. And again. Almost there. We're almost there. The document on the desk bears the mark of the two-headed serpent. What do you have there?
You want to know about this document, what this document is all about? You really are stretching my patience. This document was sent by the Outertgon Archaeological Research Institute, the same organization that requested your mercenary services. Why do you think they sent this?
Money?
Don't get funny with me, mister. Evskuriba. Yes, ma'am? Read our private second-class Rachnios' mercenary attendance record.
Since leaving to carry out the request from the Adoulin Archaeological Research Institute, Private Second Class Rachnios has not returned to report a single detail of his mission to President Nadja. That is all.
Let's hear your explanation.
I just got here. I just got back as fast as I could.
You say that you went to the undersea ruins as requested? Are you telling me that you ignored company regulations to make a report to the palace before returning to your beloved president? So, knowing the consequences, you acted independently and above your lowly station of mercenary pawn.
I mean, I did not make a report to the palace.
What's this world coming to? If the palace finds out I can't even handle my own employees, I'll have your reward from the AARI. Let's see how much is left of your 255 Imperial gold pieces when I deduct your fines. You better hope the reward covers your infractions.
Grand Vizier Razfod, we have awaited your arrival. I have a message from Gustad. The bell has been set on the mercenary. The adventurer from the Middle Lands. Yes, sir. I have good news. Our efforts in regarding the Candaces are proceeding according to plan. All of our pieces are falling into place.
Excellent. We have faith that you will not fail us.
Your magnificence is too kind.
However, we grow tired of waiting.
My most humble apologies, Your Magnificence. I beseech your patience a little longer. Our actions must not draw the attention of our citizens or our neighbors.
We are aware of this.
It is our wish to see the treasure in the hands of the Empress.
Our wishes are the same as the wishes of the Empire. Do not lose sight of that.
The age of judgment is at hand. Deal with any who threaten our progress. Sir, we cannot give free rein to those otherworldly fiends.
Otherworldly fiends? Is he talking about ghosts? What else could it be? Wonderful! It appears our dreary days in the palace will soon be at an end. Can't you show a little more enthusiasm? Oh, yes, wonderful.
Our main objective is to make them think that the Candaces are our primary concern.
Ghosts are certainly more interesting than this endless speculation about Candaces. Grand Vizier, we wish to know more about these spirits returning to plague the living.
We would not wish to trouble Her Magnificence with mere rumors.
Be that as it may, you will tell us more. The Empress knows more than she pretends.
Your Magnificence. In recent years, the rumors concerning the appearance of spirits and a ghost ship menacing the waters of the Cyan Deep have become more and more frequent. The Immortals believe many of these rumors stem from the activities of the Lamia.
Don't skip ahead! Back to the ghost ship!
Yes, the ghost ship. It bears the name of a famous shipwreck known as the Ashu Talif.
Continue?
Yes, Your Magnificence. While I must stress that these stories are merely rumors of the townspeople, there's been a strange twist to the tale. It's said that the true name of the ghost ship is really the Black Coffin, a pirate ship of the lost kingdom of Ephemerad.
A pirate ship.
We believe these inflammatory rumors to be the work of the Seagull Virithi, descendants of the kingdom of Ephemerad. Those rebels have lost their ships and are barely avoiding our grasp. They conjecture these heroes from the past to bolster their spirits.
It's just...
Go on.
There are citizens of Ephemerad descent who are poised to join the rebels. They say Luzaf has returned.
Preposterous. Luzaf perished with his kingdom over 200 years ago.
We know the truth behind the ghost ship. We would know.
Oh, Your Magnificence. We cannot mobilize Imperial troops on the basis of a mere rumor.
If you are unwilling to shoulder this task, Puppet Master, you will solve the mystery of this ghost ship. What? We accept the task. How can we refuse a direct request from the Empress?
But Your Magnificence, I do not think that these...
This is no longer your concern. We shall recruit assistance from Selahim's sentinels. Of Mao? Of Jiang? We await word of your success. Yes, Your Magnificence. Come along, F. Mao. Wait.
Grand Vizier, it is the will of the Empress. But do not let them out of your sight.
Putting off a direct order, 11 gold pieces for ignoring company regulations, 7 gold pieces for forgetting the company motto, 3 gold pieces for concealing your actions, 6 gold pieces for disrespecting your presidents, 9 gold pieces for making me repeat myself, 15, which comes to a total of 255. You're lucky you didn't go into the red. But there's definitely something fishy going on here. It's mighty strange to have the reward arrive before you did. Might be worth looking into this. I don't like being manipulated, even if it is the Empress herself. Time to remind the Empire that the Wildcat has claws.
I'm not sure if I have to zone or not. Yep, way to game day in zone. I'm just looking really quick at the Rhapsodies missions that we've got left. I don't think it's been an in-game day. It has not been an in-game day. So what could we do while we wait for a day to pass? Well... I mean, there is always one thing I can do. Although that would be not... Realistically, that's something I do in my own time. I was thinking ambuscade, but no. No, that would be silly. But there is something we can do while we wait for the time to pass. And that is at 3:45. We have some Seekers things we can do that will really pay off in the long run. Just some things I really should have done a long time ago. Never really did. I should have, though. So, off to Adoulin we go. I've got plenty of pickaxes. What else am I gonna need? Don't worry, after this next quest is done, we have another day to pass. So we're looking for Elmric. There you are. Another adventurer came to brighten up my day? If you really want to prove yourself as a member of the Pioneers Coalition, you're gonna have to learn a few tricks. What do you mean? Any staunch veteran can know that a jungle has grown at a dizzying pace over the last few years, owing to some force we can't begin to fathom. But all you naive pioneers from the Middlelands come waltzing into Ulbuka, thinking you can just chop down trees to clear the way. It's not that simple. The damn things sprout up again like trees, like weeds. Logging is necessary to even have a prayer of proceeding further into the jungle. Such techniques will help you clear a path deeper in. Not that I expect you to be able to put up a fight against the savage beasties there anyway. Well, the unexpected happened. You've already got the requisite experience, because I've been doing reeves constantly. I suppose it's time to teach you about logging, so that you can slash through the groves of trees like bottles of frontier soda. Now look, a little chop here, a hack there. Maybe a bit green still, but I trust you've learned the basics of logging. Now get back to pioneering before I kick your butt all the way to Adoulin. Still got a lot to learn if you're going to colonize the land. But with pioneers around, like you around, it'll take twice as long. Keep on fighting, discovering more about the land. One day I might recognize your potential. Not that I'll get my hopes up. Okay, that would be that one done. Next one is to zone into Adoulin and go to it says to zone into there, but we might as well just go there. It's not like we're far from it. Besides, this will let me actually pick up the necessary waypoints. Because my god, that's going to be annoying if we don't. And besides, by the time we finish up this next quest, an in-game day should have passed. Then we can come back out here and try and do some more of these things. Though I don't think I have all the maps, so at some point I may end up having to rely on the external maps. I wish muting the mount music didn't shut off all music. Because this game does have some pretty decent music. Oh, looks like someone's doing some grinding. Either Titherworm or something else. Let's see. This says at G5. Yep, that one. And the main reason to do these is because later levels in the coalitions do require you to be on the appropriate level, the highest map possible. Or one under, which is annoying. Also, the fact that it says it's 20 imprimators, I think is a lie. It doesn't seem right, because I've just now, well, relatively recently, gotten to the second level in some of those coalitions. Not all of them. Some of them. This is the correct route, yes. Oh, Rice and Jima's back under assault. Okay, Kawatzel's back. That's an absolute shame. Let's see, it's left, and then we go. Then it's this way. And yes, you may have seen in the inventory, right? I've been taking advantage of Ambuscade's requirement of elementals, and I've killed many, many elementals. If I'm ever gonna have a proper piece of gear in the ranged ammunition slot, turns out I'm basically gonna have to craft the son of a gun. Which I really hope I don't need to do. Which I'm really, really hoping I don't have to try and grind out that piece of crafting gear, because that is a pain in the butt if there ever was one. Because that one, I think it's the either the shields or the neck. I can't remember what it is called. Okay, and I do have this one. And we have to walk through this entire location, really? Okay. Let me pull up a map. Like a proper map. The fields, which connects to the Mo gates. Pull up a map, because we have to leave in the right location. Because that's just how this is. This is just how Seekers is laid out. From here, it is a straight shot to the north. We're with all the enemies about. In case anything gets too aggressive with us, we should just murder them. Yeah, we shouldn't encounter anything too much in these tunnels. That's going to be a problem. At least going the route we're taking. Yep, there they are. Those things. And I believe the mantis is the only aggressive thing. Yes. And then we come up here. And then we take... Maybe those guys will be aggressive. I don't remember if they are or not. It has been so long since I've been anywhere in this section of Adoulin. I forget how many things could be aggressive or not. Clearly that thing is. Ouch. That tickled a little bit. I don't remember if these guys are aggressive or not. Oh no, his rasp failed. How could that ever happen? Lava field. And then we exit out the northern passage. I imagine these raptors are aggressive. They almost always are. Correctamundo. We'll make it out alive. Maybe. It depends on how many things take a bite at our heels. Okay, we're down about 500 health. Ouch. We're zoning, however, so it doesn't really matter. And we are safe. That must be a gathering point. Okay, Geomagnetron has been attuned to. And Epiline. There you are.
The Mormar basalt fields are riddled with walls and crags made from hardened magma. This has caused much consternation for those traveling here, as the paths are sometimes blocked by such dangers. You too must have met with some of these hindrances countless times on your way here. Were you aware, however, that there are methods for breaking down those natural barriers? It's a simple affair. It's known as demolitioning, which will enable you to contriturate such annoyances in a flash. Contriturate. I'm not even sure how that's pronounced. I can enlighten you to the secrets of such a skill. However, I require something in return. Just a marble nugget, excavated from the ore deposits in the area. I presume you'll take no time at all. It's a test of your skill in the wilds. You must dig up one for yourself and not merely hand over one you've acquired by any other means.
So we cannot auction house this. Nope, no auction housing. Must be done ourselves. Fortunately, there are many good points at doing this. Many good gathering points. Let's see, is there one down here that's active? It is not. If I remember right, it did take me a good while when I did this on my other character. But then again, I was also doing a bunch of other shenanigans while here. want to... I was gonna say, this reminds me a lot of one of the zones in Eureka. I cannot... It's not Hydados. It is the ice one. It reminds me a lot of these fields. Just an overall design. There it is. An igneous rock, that's not what we're looking for. Igneous rock, also not what we're looking for. Another igneous rock. There we go. And this will provide us another good method. Then we go to the sill gate, the sea gates, to get boating. And boating requires me to have some other things. I believe I have the Twitherim scale. And that is... where is that? I store those. I swore I store them in here. That's a Flutie ring. Wings. Did I not... Scales? Huh. No. That requires alchemy of a certain level. Ugh. Never mind that. We'll have to see if we can't buy those off the auction house. Trade to you. Where is it? Marble nugget.
Well done! One who's able to find a stone such as this surely has what it takes to navigate the perilous terrain of the basalt fields. Hold steady, my dear. Take time for introspection. You've naturally acquired the skill demolitioning by fulfilling my meager request. You should now be able to crush your stone walls with ease. Forgive my sending you on such a meaningless task, but I wanted to impress upon you that you can do whatever you set your heart on.
Annoying. Well, let's go to... Where's the closest one to the auction house? That one. Yeah. Let's see if we can't locate someone else having gotten these items I need. What are the... Oh, one item sold. The other ones have not. Disappointing. Anyway, these things should be in... Materials Leathercraft. Dommel Leather. Some reason is still decently expensive. Of course I overpaid on that one, because that's how blind auctioning works. 3 dommel leather. Okay. Let's have a look and see where these other bits are. Materials Alchemy 1. Yep, that's to be expected. It's down in the T's. Scale. We should see what the, 50! Well, that's fine, I suppose. Price history on that. That is cheap. And 1 Umbral Ooze. Okay, that only cost me a somewhat decent amount of money. Yeah, we're clearly not going to be able to get all of these. At least at this moment. But we'll be able to get a large amount of them. Now it's time to get a portable boat. And I believe we get to the... How do we even get to the sea gates? From Cesaric. I mean, that's what I thought. The proper map is... Yep, we go through the bottom... The bottom of the map. Don't worry, we're just waiting for a day to pass. That is all. After this little detour, we'll be back to where we need to belong. At least for a little bit. Because quite literally, it's like one cutscene and then another, and it's like... wait an in-game day for that, and it's like... But why? One of those weird game design choices that I'm not the biggest fan of, because it's like... Okay, now I have to wait an in-game day? That... I get what you're going for thematically, but also... absolutely annoying. Like, absolutely frustrating. Especially when it's like, the one ended with the cutscene. It's like, wait a day, do another cutscene, wait another day. It's like, that's just wasting my time, because that wastes... I'm not sure how long in-game days are. I think they're like 15 minutes or so. They're not. It is long enough to where I'm like, that is an annoyance and a half. Okay. I know it's down here at the bottom of the map and we want to get in the easternmost entrance. I have this map downloaded. Okay, so that's actually the next one over. Gotcha. Though it says there's often a Larry right here, so... That's fine. Thank God there wasn't one today. I remember grinding at this location too. I don't remember why, but there was a reason. Oh yeah, because of the twitherworms that are... the twitherums that are here. Yeah. On autopilot, sometimes I get stuck. Especially when my main attention is elsewhere. Okay, and we should just be straight down. Probably should pull out the trusts just in case, you know, just in case murder. Just in case murder's an absolute necessity. And Korumaru. Yep, and this is the most easternmost. Yes, excellent. Oh boy, we are going to be dragging so many of these things. Because apparently they're all aggressive. Please don't be aggressive. Okay, mandragoras are not aggressive. Good. Ow. Ow. And more things are aggressive. And it is just straight south. Oh God, crabs. Why did it have to be crabs? Oh God! This is a bad idea. This was a bad idea. This was a very, very bad idea. Disengage. Disengage. Disengage and run! Run! Run, you bastard! I thought about murdering them all, and then I turned around, and oh God, there's so many of them. I drug like half the cave with me. Whoops. That was... Oh, that was not expected. Oh my God. Oh, that was... Oh, that's... Oh, still better than having to fight them all the way through, but oh, that was funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was funny. Oh, that was funny. Oh, that was funnier than I needed to be. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh. The fact that I turned around to fight them and then was immediately like, oh god, this was dumb, was probably the best part. Because it's like, oh, yeah, that was very dumb of me. Okay, now we need to talk to you, Chabolet. You're a pioneer, are you not? Surely you must have laid eyes on some noxious fumes rising up from the Zoldef River while on duty. They pose an obstacle, although not an unsurmountable one for pioneer expeditions in the area. In fact, the Inventors Coalition devised recently portable boats to aid in crossing the river. Yet, all things come with a price. In this case, you'll have to procure the materials yourself. Do that, and I'll create a device to assist you in traversing the toxic tributary. Do this for me, and you'll have a boat the likes of which you've never seen. Fortunately, we do have all that. There's the Domo leather for you. And the scale and the ooze. Finished already? That's quicker than I anticipated. Hold on one moment, and you shall have your reward. It's done, but don't think a boat alone is sufficient for transport. You must learn how to use it properly. Of course, practice makes perfect. Take your boat, cross the river once, and then come back to me. South side of I-7. The river is not suitable for swimming. The reason I did that, it was specifically for the unique title for doing the stupid thing. Oh shoot. Oh dear God, what did I do? I did something stupid. I forgot to turn on sneak. Oh well. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Especially if I turn on these. This way we actually get some combat in the stream. Come on. Lightning. And then we put on Batuta. Well, that was easy enough. And we needed sneak. Okay, that apparently was not it. That's invisible. And yet our health slowly regenerates. The joys of Rune Fencer and its later abilities. Ah. Silent. Go to the west side of J9. Ah, the other one. The other side over here. Toxic River, that's just an interesting development there. And then it says we should just be able to head north. Yep. And this should be enough time, and that should have been enough in-game time to pass to be able to let the cutscene, well, the next quest in Adoulin, reach its conclusion. Oh, this is a Reeve. Oh, I did not want to do this. Oh, I don't want to, but I really kind of should. No. No, we are not. As tempted as I was, we really shouldn't. We don't have the time to. Plus, I didn't have all my, any trusts out, and that they're kind of important. Boating is not merely about pedaling, but also controlling your center of gravity as to not capsize. Have you learned this in your nautical jaunt? Well done. From here, it's a simple task to find out where to set sail and lay anchor. I'm impressed with your skill and tenacity. If you were able to cross such venomous waterways. And let us go back to Western Adoulin. Foreboding is done. Travel back to Adoulin areas. The White Gate. Again, the Mog Home is probably the best one. Dun, dun, dun. On the bright side, I was looking at the, not the requirements, what the other Rhapsodies missions involve, and thankfully not that much. And that's good, because I really want to unlock that 5th trust, which is primarily what they're about. Hey, boss. You got something for me? Oh, second private class is back. What do you think? Who do you think you are? Waiting around for the world to come to you. Has it not been an in-game day? Are you kidding me? That makes the game days 45 minutes. That can't be right. Yeah, we're still on Imperial schemes. Seriously, I thought that was more than enough time. Well, so we will wait 5 minutes. And then we will be back. Besides, I have to check on things in my slow cooker anyway. I can smell it, and it's smelling delicious. So, I just had a sampling of what I had cooking in the slow cooker, and it was very good. Got some rotisserie chicken, already been pre-shredded, and some other things. And just threw them in the slow cooker, and with some cheese and some really good. I think the rotisserie chicken did most of the work. Yeah, and it's still not quite the next day. Good lord, I forgot how long these days take. What fun. And I hate... I really do not want to harp too much on Final Fantasy XI's release, you know, of the game design of it. But I'm also Final Fantasy XI release date. Because it was 3 years later. Okay, it is now officially the next day. Officially, it's the next day. Sometimes I swear this game wants to waste like an hour to 2 hours of your time. In particular, this mission is just going to be cutscenes, and then we have to wait for another in-game day. Once again, wasting a lot of time. Sometimes in Final Fantasy XI, I swear, the game merely wishes your time to be wasted. Yep, we hit the cutscene trigger. Oh. It's just you, Arachnios. You had me worried for a second. You see, some very important guests arriving from the palace today. The office is in an uproar. Although thankfully, it's put the president in a good mood. Not like the last time you just walked through that door. Look at her smile. She's been like that ever since the messenger from the palace came by. She's also... Oh, I was gonna say, it looks like she's also wearing formal clothing, but she really isn't. La-da-da. La-da-da. Arachnios.
How long have you been standing there? You just don't sneak up on someone without announcing yourself to your superior. That's a good way to get your skull cracked. Why didn't you speak up?
I was listening to your singing.
But you were listening to that? How about I take my Morning Star here and I beat that melody out of your head? I don't have time for any more of this idle chit-chat. I'm expecting some very important, very rich visitors at any moment. The mortal who brought me this wonderful news is still here as well. So go on, shoot.
President Naja, you have visitors. May I present the Honorable Amphmao, President of the Palace Puppeteer.
You're early. Isn't that wonderful? Rectius, go stand in the corner and keep your trap shut. Please, be at ease. What's with that up-jumped puppet?
I believe her name is Ujang?
That's not what I'm asking. Was there something... You are most gracious to take the time to visit our humble offices. Please, come this way, What a disorganized operation!
That's right. You've yet to be introduced. And this is the court puppet master, Afmao.
And this is my dearest companion, Ujang. Please, forgive my ignorance, Miss Ujang. I'm Nadja, loyal servant of the Empire.
Speak up, Ujang. You're the one who wanted to come here in the first place.
Ujang. Apology accepted.
There you go.
Who is this person? He wears a wildcat badge. A mercenary? That's just a mannequin I ordered from the Middle Lands. Is that right? No matter. Nadja, please answer Ujang's question without the humor. Of course. That's Arachnios, citizen of the Middle Lands, come to work as a mercenary for the Empire. I see. Has the matter been explained? We were about to begin. Be quick about it. Nadja, I will now read you a confidential request from Nashmira II, Empress of Adoulin. Please continue. Selim's Sentinels. We hereby order you to ease the hearts of the people by uncovering the truth behind the rumored ghost ship. If this rumor proves to be nothing more than a hoax, you are to deal with those responsible. Nashmira II. Ghosts? Is there a problem? No problem. I humbly accept and honor this honor and promise to serve the Empire in any function she should require. One more thing. This task is to be carried out with utmost secrecy. Draw no undue attention from citizens or soldiers of the Empire.
For this reason, command of this operation has been given to Afmao.
To the puppet master?
Surely you have no cause for disagreement.
None at all. Great to have you on board.
Well then,
We shall require you to provide us with a capable mercenary.
let me think.
Why not take Rachnios here? I'm sure he would be delighted to assist you.
Probably, There's only the options to disagree.
Excellent. You will receive a reward based on your performance.
Thank you for your assistance.
We have vaults full of coins for diligent worker. Report even the smallest of details to the palace. May the winds of fortune guide you. If we can fulfill a direct request from the Empress, our company's prestige will go through the roof. Rachnios! This task is confidential. Don't leak a word of it to anyone. Okay. Let me give you all the information we have on the ghost ship. Moving under the cover of this beastman mess, the ghosts have been seen on the outskirts of Alzabi. How do I know this? That just reached the ears of the public officials, has been circulating around town for a good while now. Since that first sighting of the ghost ship around the Arapago Islands by some Kijern near 10 years ago, people have been spotting that spook vessel all over the place. Everyone thought it must have been Tashu Talif, an Imperial passenger ship that had sunk in the area. But then a guy who had a run-in with the ghost ship on his way back from Nashmau swore it was the Black Coffin. Seems the guy was from Ephramad's stock, and he had a picture carefully hidden in the rafters of his house. The picture was a rendering of the Ephramad's rebellion's symbol, the majestic Black Coffin. Sounds like the stuff of fairy tales, but the fact remains this is an Ephramad descendant was hauled off by the Immortals for questioning. In any case, with the reward I'm expecting from the Empress, this company will be rolling in cash for the next 10 years. So Rachnios, go after the ghost ship and don't come back till you learn something useful.
That automatically put us on the mission we're supposed to be on? Well, that's as far as we need to go, I think. Because we should be able to progress past this point. Yeah, that should be exactly where we need to be. Started that mission. Okay. Forgive the confusion, we are now done with that. It's time to do some Rhapsodies then. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of these. Most of these are going to be cutscenes, and we go from 2.3 to 2.13, so 10 missions. Ugh, excuse me. 10 missions. At which point, we won't be able to progress any further until we do Wings of the Goddess. Although if it doesn't let us progress past Desert Wind, we'll have to come back, and by then we should have some time done. Port Juno. Well, it's a good thing we needed to go to Port Juno anyway. I mean, technically we did.
Yo, Arachnios! I'll tell as soon as I heard. You should have heard Tenzin prattle on Dying World this, Dark Future that. Ugh. It's all I could do to not smack him right in the kisser. Oh, was so damn nosy, it just... It's like I had those 3 Toru dancing in my head.
Lady Prish, are you not in the least bit concerned? All those close to you, whether in Tav Nazir or not, or beyond, are in grave danger.
Yeah, but what good does it do any of us to sit here with our thumbs up our butts moaning on about it? Less talk, more action!
A most becoming response. But how are we to act when we know so little?
Didn't you mention something about a delicate little waif from the future who had all the answers?
Unfortunately, though Iraha can see the grand picture, there are many details that escape her. One most familiar with the situation is he who came after her.
An ambassador from the void, yeah? I have a mind to rip that mask off his scrawny little neck and expose him for the sham he is.
Would that our paths had crossed, but I know only his name. And that Lord Arachnios and Lady Iraha sparred with him.
And? Did you pop him a new one?
I barely spoke of sweat.
That's the Arachnios I know and love. Hang on, you didn't actually smack him around, did you? You can't fool me. My fingers start to twitch whenever someone's trying to finagle their way out of the truth.
This is no time for nonsense. That man can call forth voids at will. Wait, there's something desperately wrong.
Yeah!
There is no need for concern, Lady Prish. The same thing happened earlier. The orb filling with light. This is what Iraha was mentioning, was it not?
Yuck. I thought the damn thing was trying to rip my soul from my body.
Lady Prish, I assure you no such thing would occur.
As long as I'm still in one piece, I couldn't give a flying fig. Let's track back a minute to where we can find this Iraha of yours.
She'd promised to be here. Do you suppose something happened to her? She didn't seem well.
So you're saying she got hurt? That can't be good.
A priestess's calling is to remain sheltered in her cloister and pray to the gods. And now she might be lost in this most bustling of towns. I must find her before something happens.
I should probably head off to find her too. Maybe she made her way to Lower Q now?
Upper Juno is the only place that is not being explored. And we've now received both Prish's and Tenzin's second alter egos. F7. That's door house. Marble Bridge. Coins often loose lips at taverns and markets, but to turn up empty-handed, where could she have gone? Erkinos, is that... Stand strong! Back, Kerr! You came from Iroha's future! I do not know why you seek to spread the emptiness, but you will have to get through my blade first. I cannot be destroyed. Let the darkness fill thy soul. There is no other way. The reckoning is at hand. And you, Tenzin, will lead them there. Lady Iroha! Iroha, come back to us! The ambassador shall not go unpunished.
He took it. He took it from me.
Took what?
The blessing. Phoenix's blessing.
No. No. Perhaps you recall that my blade also bears the blazing life force of Phoenix. I could feel Phoenix flare up upon meeting Iroha. But I cannot say that Phoenix itself is complete. Yet my blade sings the praises of that young woman, feeling that in the future she may be Phoenix incarnate.
though only a portion of its energy was entrusted to it. Let there be no doubt. In the future, Phoenix will have fully revived. The awe is indescribable. But there's no time to wax poetic. Once whole, Phoenix's life force will be without peer, and not even the greatest darkness can overcome it.
I would question that, my good friend.
Not even the emptiness that strangles the Far East. Arachnios, seeing what has happened to Iraha, and knowing that my blade has told me there's but one logical conclusion. We must wrest Phoenix's blessing back from the Ambassador of the Void.
Okay, what do you suggest we do, in particular?
Phoenix Blade, please guide us in these bleak times.
Why are you two sitting there? Having a little tea party. My fists are aching for a workout. And you know why? Because I laid eyes on that creepy masked man. He kept yammering something about being surprised to cross paths again and that I haven't changed at all. But I've never seen that worthless piece of trash in my life.
The masked man. Tell us, where did he go?
I do not know. But he muttered something about an astral cadence. I'll give him a couple of good chops next time he shows his face around here. He might have gone. He might have been alone, but that decisive tone of his voice, he definitely was talking with someone.
An astral cadence. I'm not familiar with the name. This is a special type of instrument found in... Well, the name is not altogether unfamiliar. It is a special type of instrument found in the land of Ottertgon. For years I'd been aching to study one, but I'd never had a chance to visit the Empire.
At what now? What's that? Can he eat it?
Arachnios, we must make haste. One of my disciples found that the Tanshoro and Lower Juno can offer a safe passage there.
Oh, most definitely. I've been there.
Let us waste not a breath.
I've got a couple of errands to take care of here, but save me a piece of that masked bugger for later. I can't help but wonder if something, is controlling him. May your journey be a safe one.
And thus off to Ottertgon we go. That's the Ottertgon, the White Gate. Doesn't really matter where we port into.
Lord Arachnios, I urgently request your aid.
What happened?
I must ask you to infiltrate the palace.
Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but our adventurer companion must be completely lost without a clear explanation.
Of course. I met with a particular someone upon setting foot here in Ottertgon. A staunch ally known as Gesho. He shrouds himself in a tarnished black outfit, a ridiculous costume the likes of which I've never seen. One cannot help but admire his commitment to the cause, playing a dress-up in a bid to fully maintain his cover.
Sir Tenzin, that's no costume. And furthermore, it's wholly irrelevant to this discussion.
Ahem. Let me get back on track. Gesho strove to find out all he could about this ambassador.
We received incredible information about a man matching his description, visiting an imperial alchemist in the palace. Would I had more information about this location, but Kishore himself remains uncertain. On the bright side, Kishore was able to foil his plot before it bore fruit. Scarce need point out that he will not turn tail and saunter away. And that is why I need you to infiltrate the palace.
Alright, I will do it.
Ah, those were the words I was hoping to hear.
Ah, but Sir Tenzin, Ragnos would be a most unwelcome guest at present.
That does pose quite a dilemma. The only path lies before us is to work out how to gain the trust of the Empire. That will doubtlessly provide you with the opportunity to make our cause known. I wish you good fortune. Kagero, come.
Let's see. Currently in Ever Forward, which is the mission we would be stuck on if that one was... Return to your home nation for a cutscene. So I guess we go to Southern Sandoria.
Master, behold your orb. Your path remains steadfast, and you've successfully reached the third gate. But the spirits which protect Regissima Sanctorum have gone silent. I am unable to remain here in 884. My abject failure to guide you in your hour of need is a shame I shall not overcome. Had I been better able to serve you, then maybe. But I can safely place my trust in you. You've come this far, and the orb...
Again, I'm just gonna say this. This is a... That's not an orb, that's a Magamata. Again, translation from 2002, they did not know what to call it. Technically, it would translate as orb, but they should have just kept it as the Japanese word for what it is.
Grow stronger with each passing day. You'll be ready when the world has reached the fulcrum. May your steps remain swift and true. Head for the palace.
From the looks of it, there's, the reason the numbering is weird on some of these is, in particular, Okay. There's a placeholder mission, yeah. Ah, there's the Imperial White Gate. I have to actually examine the actual thing itself. She is, in fact, in town. You want to know what's behind the gate? Gate leads to Imperial Ward. May only enter by the grace of Her Magnificence the Empress of your Elzabi citizenship. It's no place for a mercenary like you. Be on your way. An awful lot about this masked man and his gang, which can only mean one thing. You're one of his cohorts. His gang? How many of them are there? Several days after he came storming into the palace, a woman with the same pattern mask slipped in too. And when combined with all the other reports we've received, it makes a total of like 7 or 8. Why am I telling you this? After all, you're one of them.
All the shouting is sending the birds scattering. Please, come inside. A future? Choked by darkness? Isn't there something we can do? Perhaps that's why this Iroha came to this point in time. But I wonder, can this even be true? Then again, even if I accept it at face value, it might help us learn that of the ominous powers that masked man and his followers wield. When his female companion stormed the castle, not a single soldier was able to detain her. She opened up a void to the nether realm and manipulated it to move her way around the palace. It must be the dark energies your friend spoke of. I think I understand. That masked man went off in search of Iroha, who hoped to set the future right. So they want Candace's. So that the future remains as it is? This is a lot to take in. But I believe you. I truly do. What is that? Our future? Is this how things are meant to be? I think there's so much time we've yet to spend together. I understand the gravity of the situation, and I'll let you see the Candace. I'll be waiting for you in the Hall of Binding, in Walera Temple.
To the temple.
The temple is under siege.
No, not. Shouldn't say just starting. What I did is because the sudden stream today was kind of a sudden thing. What I decided to do was complete that okay, I'm going to call it the long-ass mission we were doing in chains. get that mission done. We got that done fairly early. It was about an hour and a half in at the stream. Then I decided, might as well get the Adoulin missions up until the point where I can get my 5th trust unlocked. Because trust me, if this upcoming ambuscade is anything like the previous ambuscades, when it resets, I'm gonna need it. And I'm tired of not having it, so we might as well unlock it. So right now we're actually doing Rhapsodies, as you can tell by the picture in the upper corner. That tells you what expansion we're doing. That's how I'm noting it. So we're only going to do up to Rhapsodies 213, which is as much as we can do in Rhapsodies until we do Wings of the Goddess. Which is going to be a long ways out. So there was like missions 4 through 11 in Treasures. But after that, Treasures is going to be on hold until Promethea finishes.
Are we too late? What happened?
A masked man. A masked man. Several immortals went to quell the threat, but we haven't heard a word in hours.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be. Oh, good lord. He is there.
What is he do? What is she doing? And that light, it's resonating with the cadence. We lack power. Preparations have not yet been made in this age. Then I must take matters into my own hands. With this mask.
We've got to stop her.
Just in time.
Get down!
Tell us where the ambassador is, and you might yet see the next sunrise. How? How do you have Phoenix's life force? That power is not for you to wield. Lord Arachnios, it is done. Phoenix has returned to us. Yet, my blade is an insufficient vessel to harbor all of this energy. I suspect the rest has returned to the Mother Crystal.
Perhaps it is the wrong time. But just who are...
Yeah.
Introductions can wait. We must first attend the wounded.
Then let us help as well.
Do not think you can escape from me.
We can trust Kagero to hound her to the ends of Vanadiel. It falls to us to make sure these men are hale and hearty. Hale and hearty.
I'm sure we'll be meeting again.
Lord Arachnios, I shall head for Shahrat, Tihos, once the situation here has calmed down.
Yeah, Treasures of Adoulin seems to be quite well done. Once again, a step up from the previous expansions. So this is the Ambassador of the Void. Another interesting character to make dance on my stage. Let's see, and this will be mission 211, and then 213, 212, and then into 1213.
Lord Agnios, we've discovered evidence that points towards Azaldar undersea ruins.
And those in the Hall of Binding. Why?
But I've jumped straight to the ending without telling the full story. One of those injured in the scuffle in the Hall of Binding exchanged some words with Lady Afmao as she was treating him. He'd overheard the masked man's next plan. You see, there's a legend passed on in Orot Khan across generations about a being known as a Prime Avatar. Perhaps I need not spell it out, but I shall anyway. With Phoenix's power gone, he now seeks something of comparable strength. So in Yatyunga jungle, you spared their ambassador as he commanded the power of Siren, another Prime Avatar. If he turned an Avatar against us once, he will likely attempt to do so again. Recall how that masked woman in the hall mentioned needing to take matters into her own hands, presumably because something was missing. Well, it gives me pause. What if the ambassador, not content to see the future devoured, intends to bring his infernal gloom to our present as well? You want proof? I've received report of another vortex, which opened recently in the Mittellands. Weeds cut off at the top to continue to grow and fester. They must be ripped out from the root. And the Azadal undersea ruins may be the key to doing just that. Lady Afmao asserted that a Prime Avatar has a strong connection with the ruins. She has undoubtedly arrived there already, and will no doubt we should not keep her waiting. Stumbling over my words. Fortunately, we unlocked the Chamber of Passage for that. So that should not be a terrible issue. I only have 114,000.
That's how much Imperial standing I have. It only costs 200 to use a portal. I have no need for all these Imperial credits. I just have that many credits. Because again, the best spot I found for merit grinding... Oh no, those are not assault points. These are Imperial standing. Assault points are different. That requires going into the Imperial assault missions, which I've never done. Imperial standing you just get from grinding an Oddard Gun with their equivalent of Signet. With it being a good spot to hit to grind to level 75. Once you hit 75, there's a really good spot up in Blafau for just grinding merit points. So I just have a lot of standing because I did a lot of merit point grinding. Yeah, only worse.
Thank goodness you arrived. This building and those like it are scattered throughout the land. Are historic ruins of the great Azadal dynasty, which flourished over 900 years ago. Only under the most special of circumstances are those not from our lands permitted entry. I'm afraid I cannot explain more at present, but this edifice is related to the prime avatar spoken of in Oddard Gun legends.
Reknios and I would surely like to hear more about what exactly a prime avatar is.
In simple terms, an iron giant.
Which the Moblins have been looking for. This ties back to Chains of Promethea, where we were just at. Where the Moblins were digging deep for an iron giant. They're just in the wrong location. Of all the things to tie together, everything today ties together. All the bits of stories tie together. It's almost like it was a good thing I took today off of work so we could do this. An iron giant.
Its name is Alexander, although this will not be mentioned when you go back to the original stories that involve him, because you should not know them. So this is hush-hush for you only. A being that commands the forces.
A being that commands the forces light. It's missing a word there.
Huh?
Oh, I don't doubt it.
What on Vanadiel?
Oh, Phoenix, thy voice always grated on mine ears.
But 'twould seem thou art even more cacophonous than usual. Perhaps because there are now two of thee. So one carrying thy blessing has alighted on this land from the future. I understand thy predicament.
Okay, now that we see this Alexander, like a lot of Final Fantasy XI, 14's Alexander is very similar in construction. It has the same type of conical spires, the same type of oval disc-like generic structure. Once again, 11 serves as a lot of inspiration for 14.
If thou dost deem her to be of great importance, then I shall honor thy request and give her form in this world once more. Lady Iroha!
Master, Sir Tenzin.
How do you feel? Lady Iroha, your journey to the realm of the living has surely taken its toll. Permit me to explain in your stead. None understand it better than I. A phoenix has come from the has become whole in the future, and its life force has brought Iroha back to us. Yet, this is not the first time, and the Genkot strike me if it will be the last.
They haven't explicitly said so. But one thing that was mentioned, and this is really weird, in the 14 raid, the guy behind it all, he was thrown into the interdimensional rift, the area between shards. It's a nasty place to be. He caught glimpses of Vanadiel, and that's what he used as inspiration to create the raid. So it is a possibility that it is. At this time, Square will not say that it is. But God, it would be glorious if it was.
She is stuck within the cycle of life, returning to Vanadiel each time she is struck down.
Would that I were not endlessly reliant on my family to rescue me after each mishap.
My blade once held the power of similar magnitude, so I am all too familiar with the particulars. Yet, just as its flame can cauterize a grievous wound, so too a phoenix's blazing wings of life, accompanied by incredible pain. Am I wrong? There's no need to put on a brave front. Though your body may have recovered, your spirit needs more time to heal.
There's naught else for me to do.
That girl's presence in this world is forbidden. And that's why death doth clamber to claim her at every opportunity.
Forbidden?
And doubtless because she's not yet been born. Order must be obeyed, and all that would threaten it shall be expunged. Even Phoenix can only protect her for so long. Its breath draws even fainter. Its energy is beginning to wane. I've done what I can, but whether she's long for this world is not for me to decide.
I care not what hardships I must overcome. Master must bring light to my future, and my calling is to guide him along the path.
And thou wilt stop at naught to banish the emptiness, which has been plaguing you since... Chains of Promethea, possibly even more than longer than that. Seriously, it's been plaguing you forever. Why does this take so long for you to solve this problem? Seriously. How many expansions ago did you start this? You still haven't solved it? No doubt, they're trying to hit all the high points of heavily recognized areas. And also the iconic bosses. So I'm not sure where we're gonna go, and we have another 19 weeks before we find out. Now, 18 weeks. Actually, honestly, it's more like 14 weeks. Because they'll do a live letter, such and so forth, but... yeah, there's so many places they could go with it. Yet the emptiness bringeth absolute darkness. It is not an absence of light. I shall face the end. It is not the absence of light I shall face in the end. The spirits of Eld have surely felt the presence of such an abomination since time immemorial. It surpasses the power of the gods themselves, and shall descend upon Vanadiel ere long. And its underlings have already arrived in our time. Lord Alexander, they aimed to engage in a ritual with the astral cadence and use it to steal your power. Ah, yes, I recall the cadence. But thou art slightly mistaken. They were not after my light, but rather Odin's darkness. Of course, it's only via my form that they would be able to summon Odin.
But that would bring forth Ragnarok.
I would relish such a test of wills.
You can't.
Fear not, youngling. They scattered as chaff before the wind. What concerneth me now is whether they attempt to clip Phoenix's wings again, or whether they will search for their darkness elsewhere.
Hold. My primary concern lies not with vanquishing the ambassador, but rather ensuring the master is prepared for the time of reckoning. That is why he needs to fill the orb with...
Is that the first voice acting in the game? Seriously, there's been no voice acting, no sound effects for characters until Cough Hack. I mean, I get this was the last story until Voracious Resurgence, but...
Lady Iraha!
You mustn't. You need to rest.
She's about to fade once more. Dost thou wish for a way to save her? 'Twould be but a small hope, but the only being that could convince Vanadiel to accept her in this time would be one born of Altana's tears. One of the newest guardians of the world. Kite Sith. I know, there's a reason why they did it, but it is also extremely weird. That is like the first voice acting you're going to encounter in-game. And it's like... that's weird. Ask Phoenix for its aid. I mean, if they had made it PC only to start, they would have avoided a lot of potential problems in the game design. However, I will say this. Considering Square Enix at the time was a console-focused company, the PlayStation 2 is... and Japan... Okay, let me put my thoughts all in a row. 1. Known facts about Square Enix in 2002 and Japan in 2002 and even still today. 1. PlayStations are very popular in Japan. Like, that is the primary gaming system ever. Always has been. Square was a primarily PlayStation-oriented developer. They technically did create some PC ports. Final Fantasy 7 and 8 had them. They're generally not considered very good. So Square Enix was a console developer at the time. That is what they knew. They were not very good at PC ports. This whole MMO thing was entirely new to them. There was like very little inspiration at the time. I think there was Ultima Online, EverQuest, and what was the third one? There was a third one on my brain that it's gone now. But there was very little inspiration for MMOs in general. Being a Japanese developer with console-only development experience, what else were they gonna do? Let's to be honest, what else were they gonna do? And because the game was built on that, it has technologically hampered them forever. Which is unfortunate, but such is the case. If it had built properly with a proper PC engine, you're probably right, 14 probably wouldn't have existed. But the game would be very different.
My health should be the least of your concerns. Master, leave my fate and continue its journey.
The thing is, though, let me do a quick search for, because looking at other things. Was 97. EverQuest. EverQuest was 99. Well, WoW is actually going on 20 years. Because it released in 04. So it was 2 years later. But that was definitely... WoW was inspired more along the lines of EverQuest. Right around the time EverQuest 2 came out. And Guild Wars came a year later. But there was a massive difference between those 3 games and 11, just in what design existed. And again, we're talking about a Japanese console developer. Square has always been, and this was the problem with 14.1.0 as well, yeah. Square has always been, and this was, like I said, the problem with 14.1.0 was they've always been very stubborn and very set in their design decisions. That is why 14.1.0 was quite literally, let's take the exact same systems from Final Fantasy XI and put them in and create a new MMO from them. That is what it was. And they discovered the market had passed them by 2 years after 11 came out. The market had completely changed 2 years after 11 came out. I am convinced the only reason 11 has kept around so long is because it has had a steady player base that really hasn't gone too much up and hasn't dropped too much. Yeah, in 2 years, the market and the game design had shifted massively. And yet the design team at Square Enix, when they designed 1.0, 14.1.0, did not notice that the design was not going to work from the start. And so when it failed massively, nearly killed the franchise, I mean, the producer straight up left. I don't think he was fired, but he straight up left the company. It was that bad. In fact, I believe most of the development team, no, not most of the development team, a good chunk of the design team was straight up replaced with the group they have now, headed by Yoshi P. And that is entirely because Yoshi P, he's a good project manager, but he's also a MMO fan, and had been forever. It was nuts that they hadn't even bothered to do any market research. And that was the entire thing. They said, let's replace 11 with this new one that's going to be the same systems, but updated to a more modern level. Not realizing those systems were not going to work at all. And that forced a technical debt on 14 that is slowly, ever so glacially slowly being eaten through. So much so that the mobile port is looking to be the best version of 14 when it gets to story parity.
Shh. You'll be safe. You'll be in safe hands back at the palace.
She is correct. We shall return you to Ottertgan in the meantime, Lord Arachnios.
Yeah, Yoshi P has said as much. If A Realm Reborn failed, he was pretty sure the franchise was dead. Like, the entire name would have been kaput. There never would have been another Final Fantasy. I don't want to say 14.1.0 nearly killed the company. It didn't. Square's too large to fail like that. But it would have killed the entire franchise and its name. What the hell? Okay, that was a weird visual glitch. That was exceptionally weird.
Don't worry about Iraha. She's just resting. Alchemists have done everything they can. In simple terms, they excised the poison coursing through her. I'll bring you to her as soon as she's well enough to have visitors. And Tenzin mentioned he was returning to Norg to report on what he had seen. He also mentioned having a lead on where to find this Kate Sith that Alexander mentioned. A cavernous maw in Batilda Downs. What could he have meant by that?
Yeah, exactly. It is one of their few well-known franchises that they've kept around. If they'd lost that branding due to their own stupidity, well, it was not going to be pretty.
It must be placed in the Middle Lands. Perhaps it would behoove you to make the trip. Please, keep yourself out of danger. Lady Afmau, you have my gratitude. Iroha, are you sure it's safe to walk? I'll bring Reknios back right away. There is no need for that. Now that you and my companions are aware of Vanadiel's opinion of me, my being here would only serve as a hindrance. Many are the soldiers who have fallen to protect the weak. I've awoken to my own failings, and thus will walk a different path. Nothing can be further from the truth. People became strong exactly because they've got something to protect. Lady Afmau, your words are a boon in these dark times. Please, watch over a master in my stead. Iroha, where are you going? Master needs me to be able to stand on my own, so that I can shelter him from the darkness.
She's barely holding it together. Iroha's barely holding it together. Maybe if they had, I hate to say this, I really do. So take this as speculation, as someone who's a fan of the Deus Ex franchise, which Square Enix held. They wouldn't have bought it up, because Deus Ex Invisible War came out in 2003. That was under Eidos, and so they didn't even own the Deus Ex franchise yet. I'm not even sure what they would have. There's a lot of franchises I'm not sure they would have bought. 'Cause that's the thing, Square Enix bought a lot of IPs since 2002. Although I believe they did own it at the time of 1.0. Maybe it would have forced their hand to make more Deus Ex games. Or use their other IPs more liberally than what they did. I hate to say it like that, but that is an entire possibility. Okay, no key items available from the Moogle. What else does Moogle have? Huh. Weird. When did Moogle get these? Yeah, who knows? It's hard to say. It's hard to say given, you know, speculative futures and things of that nature. Yeah. Some more innovation would not be a bad thing. Although, granted, they did develop, like, the Bravely Default series. That's fairly traditional RPG, and those did decently well enough. They also did Octopath Traveler, similar thing. They've just released Dragon Quest III HD, and they're going to be doing 1 and 2 HD. So there's definitely things they do with certain franchises, and then they do experiment on smaller scales. It's just sometimes on the bigger scale things, it's like, what are they doing? That is always the question. I'm gonna assume this is all Empyrean upgrade equipment. That's all Limbus stuff, I'm thinking. Yeah, there's the Ancient Beast coins. So that's all... This is all new stuff they did to make upgrading your Empyrean gear easier, if you have any. Meanwhile, I've got these 3 that need to be added. But with that, we have reached what I think is going to be the end point for today's stream. We've encountered and done a lot of things. And now that I have my 5th trust, finally, I might actually be able to do some ambuscade runs before it resets for the month. Because that's the big thing, is that I needed that 5th trust in order to be able to beat ambuscades decently. And I might actually be able to do some intense ambuscade with 5 trusts rather than 4. That'll be nice. And hopefully that'll set me up decently for next month. Because I made decent progress this month on upgrading some of the ambuscade gear. I decided to substitute out the hands and legs I was doing with these ones. Instead of being the Ayamo sets, now they're the Megharandas. Meghanada set. Mostly because this one has... The hands have weapon skill +5, and the legs give me a triple attack chance. That's really the only reason, and they synergize with the ring. Because otherwise, what's the point of having the ring if you're not going to synergize with it? Still need a better belt, necklace, earrings. This stone's going to be here forever, because it's nothing better. Almost got the claymore to essentially max. It'll be 1 short of what it could actually be, but I'm probably not going to grind for a pulse weapon because those are terrible. Those have terrible drop rates, from what I've read. It's like 1% at most. Probably not. But I can work on getting the grip up. This is the last piece of gear that's +1. I should be able to do that if I do some ambuscade tonight. And actually made some decent progress on getting the cape to a decent usage. So there's some gear that I've been doing. It's just... There's a lot of endgame grinds they've built into the game that I'm trying to avoid. Especially with what's coming up in 14, because I'm going to have to no-life that, because... I just know I'm going to. Especially in 8 weeks when the new Battlefield launches. That's gonna be great. But anyway, that's where we're gonna leave it for today. For the actual good gear. Yeah. I will say this. The changes they made last month to Ambuscade has made it significantly easier. It's still a grind, but it's a lot less than what it used to be. And I appreciate it. Now, if only there were some other things we could work on to make things a little bit easier, but that's neither here nor there. For one, a tiering system would be great. I mean, they have it with the superior ratings, but that's a different matter entirely. Especially considering most of that doesn't matter, because you're running your artifact gear. So superior gear is useless. It's weird. I'm not going to pretend I understand why they've got that tiered system when nothing else matters. When none of that matters for your other gear. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's a very weird design, and I'm not sure what they were trying there, but clearly they didn't stick with it. But anyway, we'll see everyone tomorrow at 9:30 for, you guessed it, it's going to be more Final Fantasy XI at the normal stream time. So it's not going to be this massive 6-hour stream. It's going to be the normal hour and a half Final Fantasy XI, back in chains, tracking down Prish, that kind of shenanigans. So, we'll see you all next time. Have a good night.